Chapter 124, 123. Problems with anger. Why do you always have something so strange happening to you? Grandfather asked rhetorically after everyone calmed down a bit and I told the story of the cloth and its properties. As soon as get used to something, then something else crazier happens immediately, Ashley held grandfather with a sigh. But my life is interesting, I said flippantly as I watched the cloth absorb my old suit at my command. You were right, it works, Gwen said, seeing that the cloth had no problems repeating the look of the suit and all its properties, even the technological stuffing. As a result, nothing has changed for me, only the costume is no longer in the form of a small briefcase that lies in the spatial storage until I need it, but always with me, in the form of my clothes, which can change their appearance at any moment. Well, the protective properties are now much better. Okay, let's move on. But first, Lex, could you please, said Grandpa, and pointed to the ruined kitchen of the bus. No problem. Restitutio damnorum, I said, and once again repaired the damage to the RV. Who would have thought that I would use this spell mainly for this purpose? Grandpa, are you feeling better already? Gwen asked politely as she watched Max get behind the wheel. My head hurts a little, but I can drive an RV, Grandfather said confidently and started the bus. That's good. Then I'll go get some rest. Call me if anything interesting happens, I said and went to the back of the bus to experiment a little with the cloth and check all its possibilities. 4 hours later. Honestly, I didn't learn anything new, I just learned to control the cloth more freely. This thing is much beyond my understanding, and even turning into a Galvan did not help me figure out how this thing works. In principle, nothing else was expected from the invention of contumelias. I haven't felt this impotence in a long time, although it only excites my interest. Probably will have to postpone it for the future and hope that I can get enough knowledge and skills to understand the cloth and learn how to reproduce it. Still, such a thing will not interfere with my family, especially if take into account its protective properties. None of my aliens which I can now use, I could not even scratch the material that makes up the fabric. Of course, I didn't use anything on a large scale, but it's still a great indicator of the tenacity and strength of fifth-dimensional matter. Other than that, I was just testing the capabilities of the cloth, and again, I can only make comparisons to the symbiote, as the cloth has the same properties and gives similar powers. With its help, I can do everything the same as the carriers of the same venom. Unless, the Clintars look like slime, and the cloth is cloth. Also, I didn't have an extra voice in my head and the schizophrenia that affects my sanity. But that's just a plus. The cloth follows my commands without problems and I do not feel any resistance. All I need is a little intention and the cloth will do everything unquestioningly. True, this is not difficult, since all I need from her is to play the role of my clothes and change them into a suit when the battle comes. I ended up feeding the cloth to all the rest of my clothes, so now I never have to worry about growing up and my clothes getting too small, or that my clothes are torn, as with cloth, this is unlikely ever to happen will happen. All it takes is one thought, and I'm wearing a new bow, so I don't need to go shopping anymore. Well, now I don't need to erase anything either. In general, as you can see, I am very pleased with this acquisition and glad that I took the fabric from the Forever Knight's vault. Apparently, they thought it was just a useless rag and left it next to the diadem, because they didn't feel sorry for it, but it turned out to be an artifact of an ancient race. Of course, the cloth is not some kind of super powerful weapon, but its properties are very useful in everyday life. Besides, who knows what other secrets she keeps. Although, even if this is all that the cloth can do, this is enough for me, especially considering how I got it. The cloth greatly simplifies my life, and even such a trifle as not worrying about clothes and a suit is already a huge plus. Okay, now that I've dealt with this thing, and made sure everything is fine and there are no problems, it's time to talk to Gwen. I deliberately gave her time to cool down and calm down after the confusion that had occurred, and now it's time to make sure that my guess is correct. Gwen, you can come over here. I need to talk to you about something, I said loudly. What's happened? Gwen asked, putting one of the magic books aside as she walked over to me. While I was in the cocoon, I heard everything that was going on outside, so I started to say, trying to be delicate. You heard, how did I behave and what did I say about hope? Gwen asked with guilt in her voice, lowering her head. Yes. And I didn't like it. I said seriously. Sorry, I know I was wrong and shouldn't have said that. It's just that I was worried about you and flared up a bit, letting my anger control me, Gwen said sincerely, clearly feeling guilty. Stop. You don't have to apologize. I understand everything and even think that it was not your fault. I said quickly. What? What are you talking about? You said, flare up and let anger control you, don't you think that's strange? I asked, trying to figure out if my theory was correct. Well, I was worried about you and worried that you would get hurt. I wanted to get you out of the cocoon as soon as possible, and I got mad when Ashley and I didn't work out. And then Ashley stopped me from using fire, and I became even more angry because of my impotence. And although Ashley said logical things, I just wanted to act and flared up even more, especially when hope was mentioned, Gwen replied thoughtfully, as if beginning to realize that something was wrong as well. Too much pointless anger, isn't it? I asked. Yes. Instead of thinking logically, which would have been more useful in that situation, I let my anger rule me and wanted to solve everything with force, although this is very unlike me. After all, I usually advocate a smart approach, it's Ashley who likes to solve everything with her fists. But this time it was the other way around. Gwen said softly, frowning. You see, Gwen, I've noticed that lately, you've been very angry, acting a little aggressive and acting irrationally, which is not typical for you. I thought that's the way it should be because I offended you and this is the usual reaction of a girl to betrayal, but, I said getting to the point. But as time passed, I became more and more angry, behaved illogically, and I myself could not understand what was happening with my feelings, until today I almost lost control. Gwen finished for me. Right. I thought that all this was the result of your jealousy towards Hope and anger at me, and in principle I did not see anything strange in this, but today I realized that perhaps there is another reason for all this. I said and pointed to the pyrokinesis tattoo. Do you think that my anger came from the influence of the tattoo? Gwen asked doubtfully. It did not appear, but rather intensified. It's understandable that you were angry at me and Hope, but your anger seems to have been fueled by something else and the only logical option is the power of the charm of pyrokinesis bound to you. I expressed my theory. Are you sure? Almost 100%. You got the tattoo before you met Hope, so it's about time. To tie the charm, we used an untested method, designed for a different charm altogether. We didn't know if there were any negative consequences and took a chance with that experiment. It seemed that there were no problems, but with magic you can never be sure of anything, and perhaps that is why it was initially possible to bind only the charm of luck. I said guiltily, taking Gwen by the hand. But, what about Ashley? She doesn't have any problems with the electrokinesis tattoo. She's fine. Gwen said quickly. Perhaps it is, but we do not know what will happen next. In addition, Ashley's abilities always had a bad influence on her mind, and she just got used to this and learned to deal with it. I suggested. If you're right, then you need to get rid of tattoo. I don't want to go crazy with anger and hurt you. Gwen said quickly, fearfully, as a small flame appeared next to her. Take it easy. Breathe deeply and don't think bad. Nothing bad has happened yet, and we noticed the problem just in time. I said quickly. There was not enough fire here. Fuff, you're right. As long as everything is under control. So what do we do next? Exhaling more calmly, Gwen said, removing all the flames. It is unlikely that we will be able to get rid of the tattoo, since it has already merged with you and has become a part of you. But we can limit its influence on you and your mind. I will give you a mental shield that I learned how to create as a child. It's certainly not very durable, but it should last for a while until we find a reliable way to protect your mind forever. Hope is just working on it for Ashley and me. I said. Until then, should I not use the power of the tattoo so as not to worsen my condition? Gwen asked. Yes, that would be more secure. I'll also have to check on Ashley's condition, but for now, let me put up a defense. I said and put my hand on Gwen's head. It would be better if I turned into a squid, but he has too much head power, which I have little control over. I don't want to risk working with Gwen's mind, so it's best to set up a weak but safe shield. It only took me half an hour to finish the job. When I was convinced that everything was in order, I removed my hands and said, "Everything is ready. I think you'll feel better now." I feel like there's a pressure off my shoulders that I didn't feel before. It became easier for me to think, and now I see how much earlier I behaved strangely. Thanks, Gwen said with relief. No need. It's my fault. I screwed up. I didn't suggest that you bind the charms without first checking to see if it was safe. I said with guilt, realizing that everything could have ended much worse. No need. In any case, would have wanted to do this when I would have known about this method. And I wouldn't care about the risks, you know how I like everything magical. You only thought about us and wanted the best, and this is the most important thing. Gwen said softly, stroking my arm. I haven't seen her in such a good mood for a long time. Still, I should have known a long time ago that something was wrong. Because of me, you suffered, I said again, feeling terrible. The main thing is that you noticed the problem and already know how to solve it. Lex, don't take it all on yourself. In this situation, we all screwed up and this will be a good lesson for all of us. Gwen said with a smile, putting his hand on my cheek. Maybe you are right, I said with a sigh, realizing that, despite all my intelligence, I can also make such banal mistakes. Of course, right. I'm always right. Don't settle down, everything will be fine. Gwen said with a smile, standing up from her seat and kissing my forehead. Does that mean I'm forgiven? I asked with a weak smirk. Not yet. Gwen said with a smirk and went to the front of the bus while wagging her reeds. I looked after Gwen, sighed, then said what I had in my thoughts since I realized how I screwed up with these tattoos. I'm an idiot. Chapter 125, 124. Purple Lightning. Darling. An hour after Gwen left me alone, Morgana's voice rang out, pulling me away from my self-deprecating thoughts. What's happened? I asked quietly, continuing to lie with my eyes closed. Meteorological satellites have detected purple lightning from Anner Transl. The data almost completely coincide with what was in New Mexico. There's only a minute left before it hits the surface of the Earth. Morgana said. It looks like Victor is checking to see if Valet has done his job and if the beacon has been installed. Where should lightning appear? I guessed, sitting up straight. Now is not the time to get depressed, it's time to get down to business. If the data is correct, then in this region. Actually. Right here. Morgana replied, displaying satellite meteorological images on phone to prove her point. Why would Victor aim for this? I get it. Apparently he wants to move Zia Scare to Anner Transl. And since Zia Scare himself is now locked in the Omnitrix, which is now on my arm, it is logical to assume that the lightning will strike me. I said out loud, looking at the data on my smartphone. Well, I'm better. I don't have to look for it myself. I said and got out of bed. What did you think? Morgana asked with curiosity, wondering what kind of madness I started this time. What is another word for attempting to capture purple lightning, which has very unusual properties and effects on this planet, if not insanity? I hope I don't screw up again. But this lightning has such prospects that I just can't resist the temptation and I'm ready to take a risk. You'll see. I answered shortly to Morgana's question, and did not warn any of my family. Left the RV, passing through the walls, turning into a ghost freak to accurately draw the lightning here. The bus drove on, and I alone remained on a deserted road, in the middle of the forest. Due to the fact that the purple lightning was already close, the weather began to go crazy and out of the blue, a heavy downpour began, which greatly worsened the view. But I could still see a purple glow filling the leaden clouds. Be prepared, the lightning is about to strike. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Morgana said and started the countdown so I could get ready. As soon as the countdown ended, the whole sky flashed with purple lightning, which immediately flew at me with deafening speed, like I'm a lightning rod that she just has to hit. Expecting this, I managed to turn into feedback at the last moment, and putting my braids forward, began to absorb through them all the energy of an unusual lightning. Ugh! Too much, falling to one knee due to the heavy load, I said with difficulty. There was too much energy in this lightning, which also has a very strong, destructive effect. So much so that the feedback was full in a second, and I was literally bursting with energy. Not for a similar result, I expected, but, fortunately, I have fallback options. Okay, since the feedback doesn't work, what do you say about buzz shock? I asked aloud, and having got rid of all the previously accumulated energy so that it would not negatively affect the Omnitrix, I turned into an Obsidian, and continued to absorb lightning with the help of his abilities. And although this alien coped much better with the load and such a large amount of energy, it turned out to be of little use. As soon as the amount of absorbed energy exceeded the value that a buzz shock can store, a duplicate filled with energy to the eyeballs appeared next to me. As a result, in less than 10 seconds, 20 of my duplicates stood next to me, from which there was no sense now, and the amount of energy did not decrease. My strength was already running out, and I could barely stand on my feet because of the tension. This method also turned out to be ineffective. Okay, the last option, phew. I exhaled heavily, releasing excess energy again and dispelling all duplicates, turned into a virus. Due to its artificial nature based on a computer virus, there was a chance that such a large boost of energy will do him good, and perhaps even this alien will receive an upgrade. Although, I myself do not really believe in it, but this is the last chance. Damn it, I said as the power of the lightning, for some reason, increased and I was pushed a few steps back. What the hell? I asked in shock as I noticed that cracks appeared on my arms, glowing with an ominous purple color. At the same time, the flow of energy increased again. And my body began to absorb, I would even say, devour it without my control. It will hurt. I said a little doomed when I realized that I simply could not stop the absorption, and the lightning was getting stronger, judging by its size. Boom! In the end, the lightning increased so much that it eclipsed my entire body, and since I was no longer able to withstand this pressure, hit me with deafening force, causing a huge explosion and a roar that signaled the end of the appearance of purple lightning on Earth. Why, when I'm in a bad mood, I always do some risky crap? I asked myself, lying in the impact crater. Fortunately, I was not injured and did not even feel pain as such, which cannot be said about my pride, which was simply trampled on. I expected that everything would go much better, although, in the end, I achieved my goal, and perhaps even exceeded it. Pretty cool, I said with admiration, looking at the hands of the virus. In addition to the fact that they have healed and now there are no cracks, they have changed their color, like, in general, my whole body. If earlier, the virus was a bluish energy humanoid, now the main color has changed to the well-known purple. And this change was not only cosmetic. Basically, virus used lightning energy and got an upgrade that upgraded him on a fundamental level. This alien has become 10 times stronger than before, and all his abilities have improved so much that the previous virus was not even close. I knew there was a chance of this, but it was very unlikely. Although, when you have the power to manipulate luck in your hands, even the most impossible outcome becomes possible. Although, as I said earlier, it turned out even better than I thought. Initially, I started all this to get a sample of purple lightning. It itself has unusual properties due to its origin, and I have long-term plans for it. It is unlikely that I would have been able to get just such a lightning otherwise, but you should not forget that she crossed several galaxies and who knows how it was affected by the same cosmic radiation. Perhaps this is the reason for the unique properties of purple lightning. And if Victor understands this and uses it to his advantage, then one cannot help but admire his genius. Although, I still blundered, since I did not expect lightning to have such power. Apparently, due to the fact that I began to absorb energy, I connected with its source, and instead of an instant hit, as it should usually be, what happened. Well, maybe I was being too greedy, since it was worth absorbing only a little energy and ending on this. But now, instead of a small sample, I got an unlimited source, since now, the virus is this purple lightning. Now, I can experiment with it to my heart's content, and it looks like my plans to create my own world will come true. This one can't help but make me happy. You idiot! Morgana exclaimed furiously as I cancelled the transformation and turned into a human. I know, I said with a sigh, looking down at my hands, which I couldn't move at all. Outwardly they were fine, but they were completely paralyzed. It seems that the absorption of such an amount of energy did not go unnoticed on my human body. Why take the risk? You could use clones, after all. Morgana asked with anger in her voice, appearing next to me in the form of a hologram, and looking at me with concern. I was afraid that the lightning would damage the Omnitrix and decided it would be best if I took care of everything myself. I honestly said, turning into Dr. Fatty and using his powers to heal my hands. It got better and the sensitivity returned, but the numbness remained. Reckless fool! Morgana said loudly and removed her hologram. Sorry. I know I acted stupidly, but I needed to get rid of my frustration. I said sincerely, not intending to let another girl get mad at me. Is this because of what happened to Gwen? Morgana asked politely, reappearing, not calling Gwen a bitch for the first time. Yes. I screwed up, mostly due to my own arrogance, even though I promised myself that I would be smarter than that. Another lesson from life that I thought I didn't need, but it turned out that I did. I said calmly. Lex. With concern in her voice, Morgana said, trying to hug me, although nothing came of it due to the fact that she had no body. Do not worry. I already got over it. I'm not so pathetic that it somehow negatively affected me. I made a mistake and I admit it. It's just that sometimes I forget that life is not a game and things never go the way you want them to. Because of the Omnitrix, I become too relaxed, which is not worth doing, and life gracefully reminded me of this. Again. I said with a sigh, stretching the hands that are almost gone. It's not your fault, you know. No one could have imagined that the charm could have such an impact. Most likely, Gwen just got unlucky. I know, it just pisses me off that Gwen almost got hurt because of this. It's one thing for me or others to suffer because of a mistake, but I can't let my family suffer because of my decisions. Okay, that's enough. Something I've been slacking off lately. It doesn't look like me. Let's leave this behind. Everything ended well, and this is the main thing. It's time to go back before Grandpa and the girls notice my absence. I said with a weak smile. I'm always there if you need to talk more. I love you. Morgana said and turned off the hologram. Thanks. I love you too. I said sincerely, and turning into Jet Ray, I flew in the direction where the bus had left. Today wasn't such a bad day. I got the cloth, solved Gwen's problem, got a limitless source of purple lightning, and also shed the accumulated frustration and anger. I think this is a very good result. I thought involuntarily, catching up with the RV, which had only traveled 10 kilometers since then. Chapter 126, 125. Virtual World. July 23, 2010. Fortunately, no one noticed my short absence, so I calmly returned to the RV, took my seat, and we continued on our way. Unfortunately, before the end of the day we did not have time to get to Los Angeles, and we had to stop at the campsite where we spent that night. I was very exhausted after yesterday's fight against lightning, so, in the end, I slept until almost noon, and did not even notice that we were on the road again. Why didn't you wake me up? I asked, rubbing my sleepy eyes. We tried, but you were sleeping so soundly that you didn't even react when I brought you breakfast. Grandpa replied that, as always, he was driving an RV. Something happened? Ashley asked worriedly. Not. It's just that the process of binding to the cloth was more tedious than I thought, and I needed to restore the lost energy. I lied because I didn't want my family to know what I did last night. Are you sure? Gwen asked a little suspiciously, obviously not believing my excuse too much. Yes, don't worry. Let me show you something interesting, I said, and to change the subject, I showed my laptop. Is it Sumo Slammers? Ashley asked, noticing that on the screen was the game she recently gave me. Yeah, I said with a smile, anticipating their future reaction when I told everything. And what's so interesting about this stupid game? Asked Gwen doubtfully, who never liked this media franchise. In the game itself, there is nothing special, and you are right, it is stupid, I began to say, but I was interrupted by the indignant cry of Ashley, who loves this game. Hey! How can you say that? This is the masterpiece of all time. Completely ignoring Ashley's displeasure, I continued to explain, but look what's happening on the screen. Having moved the laptop closer, I pointed to the monitor, on which one could see that the events of the game were unfolding in their own way, without my participation. The game played itself. Now, according to the plot, the final battle of the protagonist of the story, Sumo Slammer Ishiyama, against his archenemy, the shapeshifter Kenko, has begun. The most interesting thing was that on the side of Ishiyama, a man fought who should not be in the game, and who looked suspiciously like me. It's you? How so? Recognizing me and not understanding how it happened, Gwen asked. You hacked the game and created your own character in the game? Ashley asked. Not. This is not a character, this is my clone. I answered shortly. Hello girls. My clone voice came from the laptop after he crushed Kenko in one move using only martial arts. Were you able to send a clone to the game? Ashley asked in shock. Yes. I was able to obtain a sample of that lightning from Anner Trancel. As Violet said, it has very strange properties on our planet. With a little experimentation, thanks to lightning, I was able to improve one of my aliens, and now he has a very strong connection with the virtual world. Whereas before, the virus only had normal control over electronics and computer systems, now he is practically the god of the virtual world, and everything connected with it. And of course, now he can send things from the real world to the virtual one, and vice versa. I said with a little bragging. Still, I feel proud that I managed to do it. It's incredible! Ashley exclaimed, perfectly aware of the prospect of such an opportunity. This is true. I said with a smile, and then added, last night, I sent a clone to this game to check if everything is working correctly, and it seems that everything is even better than I originally thought. For us, this game seems like an ordinary, unremarkable action/RPG, with not very good graphics, but for those who live inside, it's a real world. Virtual of course, but the same Ishiyama considers himself an ordinary person, and for him everything that happens in the game is part of life. That beats me. Rubbing her head, said Gwen, for whom all this seems much more complicated than magic. Hurry, I want to go there. Send me to the game. I want to meet Ishiyama and beat up Kenko. Ashley demanded impatiently, for whom the dream was coming true. Okie. I, in any case, told you about this to ask if you would like to plunge into the virtual world of this game? I said, looking at Ashley and Gwen. You are still asking. Of course I want. You have no idea how much I dream of getting into the world of Sumo Slammer. Ashley said happily, shaking with impatience. Do I have to? I'm not particularly interested in this game. Gwen asked with a disgruntled face. Of course, you can refuse, but this virtual world is a good training ground, where you can fight virtual opponents without worrying about their lives and damage. At the same time, since this is a game, it has game conventions such as an HP bar, spare lives, and much more, which will make everything, on the one hand, more interesting, and on the other hand, safer. It will be much more effective than regular training and you will earn valuable experience in dealing with many opponents. I said. Come on, Gwen, don't be a jerk. I'm sure it will be fun. You'll like it. Besides, we haven't fought anyone for a long time. Ashley said with a smile, looking pleadingly at Gwen. Oh, okay. Why not? Send us. Gwen said with a sigh, yielding to her friend's persuasion. Fine. Several changes will be made to the virtual world to justify your appearance in this world, as well as your abilities. To make it more interesting and not too easy for you, at the very beginning, you will not have any strength and you will have to fight hand to hand. For winning a level, you will get back one of your abilities, and so on until the final level, where you will get all the powers back and you will have to fight Kenko. I said, restarting the game, thereby killing my clone. But since he's an Echo, he didn't care. Fine. I cannot wait. Ashley said enthusiastically. Now, this really sounds interesting. Gwen said with a smile, in which the fighting spirit woke up too. That's it, you can start. I'll make sure everything is in order, but don't relax there and stick together. Maybe it's a game, but there you can die for real. I said as I turned into the phantom virus. So I decided to name the enhanced virus. Considering what system Lightning comes from, which changed it, in my opinion, this name is very appropriate. Don't worry, this isn't our first rodeo. Ashley said with a grin. As you say. Good luck to you. Oh yeah, when you finish the game, try to take Kenko's armor with you, which gives him shapeshifter powers. I'm wondering if it will function in the real world. And I said, and then shot the girls with a small lightning bolt. This lightning did not harm them in any way, but only converted them into computer data, which went to a laptop, or rather, to the virtual world of Sumo Slammer. Are there any problems? I asked loudly into the microphone of the laptop so that the girls could hear me inside the game. No, everything is okay. We're already at the first level. Answered the virtual Ashley, who looked to me only like a not very well detailed video game character dressed in a kunoichi costume. So strange to not have magic again. Disgusting feeling. Gwen said, who, like Ashley, lost all her powers. Although, they still have the tattoos, but they will not work until the girls find special tokens at levels 5 and 8. Since everything is in order, then have fun fighting with virtual samurai. I said, noticing that a bed of opponents was advancing on the girls. Are you sure it's safe? Gave a voice to grandfather, who all this time only listened to our conversation and did not interfere. Yes. I checked everything several times and did not notice any problems. As long as they are careful, there will be no problems, especially with their abilities. But, of course, I'll make sure the girls are okay. I don't screw up anymore. I said seriously. If you follow, then it's good. But, I have to say, it's a very interesting idea. Girls will definitely benefit from this virtual training. Grandpa said sincerely. Yeah, I think so too. They just lacked the opportunity to gain combat experience in a safe environment so that they could even more adapt to their strengths and learn how to work as a team. Initially, I thought of building training droids for them, but this option is even better. I said honestly. I'll feel better too if I know girls can stand up for themselves. Max jumped with a smile, nodding his head. They are strong, they just lack the experience of real battles. They almost always fought droids or weak opponents, whom they always defeated with sheer force, without tactics or training. For all the time, they had only one difficult opponent, Hex, who made them seriously sweat. Hope, training in the game will teach them many tricks of the battle, and they will only get better. I said. You are right. We only have an hour and a half to go. What are you going to do while the girls are having fun in the game? Max asked. I have one idea. I said with a smirk, a little mysteriously. Using the virtual world of Sumo Slammer as a training ground is certainly good, but you can create your own virtual world. When I said that the Phantom Virus became the god of the virtual world, I was not joking, because as long as he is inside virtual reality, he is virtually invincible. And as befits a true god, the virus must have its own world, which he can manipulate as he pleases. More precisely, I can, and I don't have to worry about the rules of the real world and worry that the higher beings of the universe will come after me. Despite the acquired power, the virus is still limited by some rules and laws of the virtual and real world, and cannot do many things. But if I create my own virtual world that will meet all my desires and requirements, then, with the power of the virus, I will truly be a country there by an almighty God. Since Kevin Flynn was able to create a virtual world that was practically indistinguishable from reality, then I can do it too. Although, of course, I will try not to make his mistakes. And what will happen if I connect this world with the Omnitrix? It's even scary to imagine. At the very least, this is a chance to get rid of the codon flow binding. And as a maximum, in general, you can imagine the prospects, right? Although, at the moment, it is not the time to dream about what is not yet, but you need to get to work and start creating a virtual world, with which Morgana will undoubtedly help me. After telling Max I was going to watch a movie, and taking Ashley's laptop since mine was busy, I set to work modeling my future world. This will take a significant amount of time, but it's worth it. Can't wait to see the finished result. Chapter 127, 126. Robot Invasion. Lex, this is work for you. Grandpa said loudly after a couple of hours, distracting me from designing my virtual world. What is there? I asked, setting my laptop aside as I walked over to the windshield. There are some robots running amok. Max said, pointing to a group of 40 robots. As grandfather said, the robots ran amok and went crazy, breaking everything that they only met on the way. They overturned cars, smashed shop windows, tore out traffic lights, and scared people who ran as far as possible from them. What the hell? What are we doing here, a machine uprising? I asked aloud, not understanding why they decided to start destroying everything. It seems that nothing like this should have happened in this city. We must stop them as soon as possible before they hurt anyone. Max said seriously, watching as one of the robots pulled out high-voltage power lines that fell right next to the man running away in fear. Yes, we need to get rid of them as soon as possible. And also find out who is to blame for what is happening. I said as I mentally ordered the cloth to change from casual wear to combat suit. Can you manage without help? Asked the grandfather. Don't worry, it's not that hard. Besides, I don't want to distract the girls, they just reached the last level. I said, turning into the big chill. Good luck then. Max said with a smile. Nodding to him, I became invisible and flew through the flow of the bus. Rising higher into the air so that no one could know where I came from, I flew closer to the robots, and right in the air turned into shock squatch. Having landed heavy on the asphalt, I sent a wave of electricity that immediately neutralized a dozen robots. Luckily, there were no humans around anymore, and I didn't have to worry about anyone other than the robots getting hurt by my attack. As soon as the rest of the robots saw what happened to their comrades, they froze for a second, after which they emitted a very nasty cry, and, leaving what they had been doing before, ran at me, like bulls, in front of which they waved a red rag. All this is strange. Before disabling all the other robots, I decided that first we need to fix everything that they destroyed, since one of the robots tore out the hydrant, and the water was now creeping up to a broken power line. This could end badly, so I quickly used Restitutio Damnorum and then attacked the rest of the robots, which were just about to get close to me. It only took one ball of lightning to fry the rest of the robots, and they fell limp to the ground. This whole situation seemed very suspicious to me, since I did not see an objective reason for the robots to make such a mess on this street. It looked like it was some kind of performance or a trap. Hack! I said out loud as I felt a signal from my sixth sense and heard a faint ticking sound that could only mean one thing. Fortunately, I managed to react, and right before the explosion I managed to cover all the robots with a very dense magic shield. The explosion of 30 robots was strong enough to destroy several blocks, and perhaps even I would not have been greeted. At least, the whole shield cracked and 8 withstood. When I removed the shields, I saw that nothing remained of the robots, only a deep crater in the asphalt, which I had to repair again. Now, I will not be able to find out who is the owner of these robots, and what the hell happened here. Woo! This is Legion. Knocked me out of my thoughts, a loud cry of a man. As if this was some kind of signal, a bunch of people ran out into the street, most of which had previously been hiding from the robots. They all looked at me with delight and were going to come up to me to ask for a photo or an autograph. In addition, a reporter with a cameraman managed to come from somewhere, who unceremoniously filmed me on camera. Foo **ing media. All I could say, and turning into Ultimos, I soared into the sky, where I was lost in the clouds. Ha 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 ha. The first thing I heard when I got back to the RV was the laugh of my grandfather, who was amused by watching the people from whom I had just escaped. Well, what are you laughing at? I asked, becoming human. You ran away so fast. Don't like the attention of the fans? Max asked with a smirk, holding back his laughter. You laugh, but I suffer. I've already regretted 100 times that I let them know about me. With a heavy sigh, I said. Now I'll have to endure his jokes again. Ha ha ha, my words only angered grandfather, and he began to laugh even harder. Yeah, you. I waved my hand and went to my laptop. Lex, we're done. Virtual Ashley called out when I wanted to check their progress. Well, how? Liked? I asked with a smile, observing the deplorable state of the arena, which was the venue for the final battle. It seems that they did not deny themselves anything and crushed everything with all their hearts. It was so much fun. Need to do it again somehow. Ashley said with delight, beaming with happiness. I have to agree with Ashley here. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Gwen said, who now definitely does not regret that she agreed to this adventure. Happy for you. I'm bringing you back, it will be a little ticklish. I said with a smile, turning into a phantom virus, and fired an electric charge at the laptop. Following my desire, the charge reached the virtual Gwen and Ashley and brought them back to the real world. It's still hard to believe that now I can do such a trick. We're back, Grandpa. Ashley said loudly to Max, who finally stopped laughing, and we were able to continue on our way to the hotel. I see you don't regret it that agreed to this virtual training. Max said with a smile, looking at the happy granddaughters. And how? It was so cool, Ashley said happily, and began to retell what had happened to them in the world of sumo slammers. Here is what you asked for. Gwen said quietly and took out from her bag Kenko's armor, which allowed him to change his appearance and turn into different animals, up to a dragon, while Kenko himself was an ordinary dwarf. Thanks. I said, and began to examine the armor, which, although it was created in the virtual reality of the game, was now the most real object. Honestly, Kenko was very strong in him, and when he realized that he could not win, he tried to deceive us by turning into Ishiyama. We almost lost because of it. Gwen said impressed. Hey, I haven't gotten to that part yet. Ashley shouted indignantly, who only told how they first met the protagonist of the game. Sorry. Gwen said not too sincerely. After grumbling a little, Ashley continued her story as I tried to figure out how this armor even works. They are clearly technological, but I could not figure out where they have a source of energy. And their structure was as strange as possible. Also, all over the inner surface of the armor, Japanese-like letters were drawn, which did not make any sense. Maybe there is some magic involved? Although, it's silly to look for meaning in an item that comes from a sumo game. Do you understand how they work? Ashley asked as she finished her story. Not. To be honest, I don't understand anything at all. It's the most sophisticated technology, or whatever it is, that I've come across since the Omnitrix. Do they even work? Asked a very reasonable question grandfather. We'll check it out now. I said and turned into a jury rig. It was just about the size of Kenko, so I was able to fit into the pilot's seat and put on the armor, although it's more of an exoskeleton. Well, how? Gwen asked curiously. It seems to be mental control. I said as I felt the suit automatically fix my body and get to my feet following my command. Turn into someone. Like Kenko. Gwen suggested. Let's go to the dragon. Ashley called out with sparkling eyes. Not. Just not the dragon. Too little space. Let's go to someone smaller. Grandpa said quickly, as always worrying about his RV. Okay. I said, and before I could understand anything, I was already on all fours in the form of a tiger with blue hair. Meow. Nebule meowed happily. When she saw that I became like her. Everything seems to be correct. Gwen said thoughtfully, looking at me. Yes. It looks like it's working. Okay, I'll study it later. While you were busy, something strange happened to us, I said, getting out of the armor and becoming a man again. Then I started talking about the battle with the robots as we continued to search for the hotel. Third POV. In a dark room filled with large monitors, sat a man in knightly armor and a gold-colored mask. He watched with interest the video, which played out the recent events when the Legion battled the army of robots rampaging in Los Angeles. While the knight was watching all the video materials that his order was able to obtain during this battle, another knight quietly entered the room, wearing standard armor. He silently stood behind the throne, on which sat a man in a golden mask, and respectfully waited for him to speak to him. I wonder what he said here. The masked man asked curiously, zooming in on the video in which the Legion, in the form of a yellow gorilla, glanced at the camera of the TV channel and said something, after then, turning into a blue-skinned humanoid, flew into the sky. We don't know, sir. Although the question was rather rhetorical, the knight who stood behind the throne nevertheless answered. So, were you able to track his movements? The knight on the throne asked his subordinate. No, sir. Although, as we expected, the Legion arrived almost immediately when the attack of the robot began, but he appeared as if from nowhere, and he also disappeared without leaving any traces, the knight answered, holding a tablet with a report in his hands. In general, as always, yes. At least, the plan to get his attention worked flawlessly. And the masked knight replied thoughtfully, glancing at the image of the hero. Yes, as our analysts expected, the Legion immediately reacted to such an extraordinary situation that the police would not have coped with on their own. In fact, it arrived even faster than we expected. Looks like he was close to town. Replied the subordinate knight. Your heroic nature will destroy you, Legion. The man said gloatingly, anticipating how his plan of revenge would come to fruition. Should we continue with the plan? The subordinate asked for the sake of formality. Yes. But first, send a few more groups of robots to different parts of the city. It would be nice if we could tire out the Legion before the final battle. At least it would be nice to get rid of his girlfriends so that they don't interfere with our plan. After a moment's thought, the masked man said. Yes, sir. Saluting, said the knight. How is the condition of our troops? Finally asked the knight in mask. All of our forces are assembled and armed with our best technology. You just have to give the order to attack. Said the knight respectfully. Fine. We leave in 12 hours. The Forever Knights go to war to punish a heretic who dares to go against our order. Rising from the throne, said Enoch, and it was he, pathetically waving his splash. Legion, you will greatly regret tampering with our great order. Your fate will be an excellent example for all the rest, fools who think too much about themselves. And you will answer for the shame that you personally inflicted on me during our last meeting. Enoch said expressively, with righteous anger, looking at the photo of the Legion. Chapter 128, 127. Kenkatrix. It's really very suspicious. Gwen said when we checked into a hotel, not far from Hollywood, and I finished my story about the attack of robots. This attack was clearly a trap. And most likely just me. We need to keep your eyes open and be ready for the next attack or the appearance of an unknown enemy. I said seriously, taking out Kenko's armor again. It happened faster than you thought. See? Grandfather said loudly, and pointed to the report on TV, which he had just turned on. The news channel was talking about another attack by robots in another part of the city. There were 3 times as many of them, and they raged even more strongly, not at all sparing the city infrastructure. Well, at least people were not touched. Looks like today is going to be a tough day, I said with a sigh as I prepared to leave for battle. Let's deal with them ourselves, Gwen suggested. They obviously want to lure you out. It will be better if we go. They certainly don't expect it, Ashley added, who really just wanted to fight the robots again. Are you sure? I asked just in case. They're just robots. We can handle them with no problem, Ashley said confidently. In fact, if the girls go, it will at least upset the plans of an unknown enemy. Perhaps he will even begin to act recklessly, which plays into our hands. Grandfather shared his opinion. Okay, if you want, you can go. Just be careful, and if something happens, call me right away, I said sternly. Do not worry, everything will be fine, Gwen said with a smile. You can deal with Kenko's armor for now, Ashley said, clearly knowing that this is exactly what I want to do now. Well, you can no longer persuade me, I agree. Go and break a couple of dozen robots. Just be careful with their self-destruct system, I said with a smile. Thanks, Ashley quickly said, having already put on her suit, and opening the window, flew into the city. As always impatient, Gwen said, shaking her head, and followed her friend, also dressed in her battle suit. You won't send a clone after them? Max asked when we were alone in the room. Not, they are no longer so helpless. And it's really just robots. Besides, Morgana will look after them, I said confidently, though I couldn't completely leave the girls unattended. You grow up. Grandfather left in the end and went off to do his own thing. I have been an adult for a long time, I said in annoyance as I looked at the news report. Instead of the legion expected by many, his assistants, Mystique and Rogue, arrived on the scene. Apparently, the hero decided that there would be enough of them to cope with the army of robots, which is destroying our city for the second time today. So it remains unknown who initiated this invasion, but it can be said with confidence that this person did not start anything good. Luckily, we have the Legion. Yeah, but I didn't notice that they believe in me so much, I muttered, watching how the camera was pointed at Ashley, who with her lightning destroyed almost half the army. And after all, maybe when she wants to act carefully so as not to destroy anything. The girls perfectly cope with their task and, having repaired the city with the help of a spell, Gwen and Ashley were already flying back, but there was a message about another appearance of robots. Since they decided to participate in this, then let them figure it out to the end. That's what I told them when Gwen called me and asked what to do next, and I was finally able to start a more thorough study of the war armor. Since my knowledge is not enough to understand how this virtual armor works, I will have to use the help of my smart friends. Transforming into Echo, I created 5 clones, which turned into Upgrade, Grey Matter, Brainstorm, Jury Rig and Phantom Virus, respectively, and I became human again. The special technopathy of the galvanic mechamorph will allow him to disassemble the armor into its component parts, with which the Jury Rig's engineering skills will undoubtedly help him. And the ingenious intellect of Galvans and Cerebrocrustacea will be able to understand how the armor itself works. Well, the virus will help all the aliens with his skills in hacking any technology. I, on the other hand, will lead the clones like a conductor, and together we can understand this illogical armor from the game world. Several hours later. To be honest, it was harder than I thought. Armor violates several laws of physics and works according to unknown rules. Even magic seems more logical to me than this obscure Kenko armor. Although, one should not expect anything else from an item from a stupid game, but still. This is literally the most difficult task I have ever faced in this life. Well, not counting the cloth, but this is already a completely different level. But, do not forget that I am a foo***ing cheater, with the most imbalanced watch on my hand. Thanks to the aliens, I was still able to recycle the armor and turn it into a small bracelet that retained all of the original functions of the armor. All just by giving a mental command. The wearer of the bracelet can take on the appearance of any person or alien, and will be indistinguishable from the original. Unfortunately, the power of the bracelet does not allow copying racial skills, only the appearance and voice, but thanks to the bracelet, you can turn into any animal, and possibly into a cryptid. This will still have to be checked. This is literally Omnitrix at the minimum. Or is it an improved version of Unitrix? Or rather Dr. Psychobo's upgraded Nematrix, which allowed him to transform into alien predators, but only an unintelligent beast could use it safely. But the bracelet is even better, and therefore I decided to call it by analogy, Kenkatrix, in honor of the former owner of the armor. Although, I could not understand how the transformation itself takes place. I was able to understand that the metal itself, from which the armor was made, has some kind of metamorphic properties, which, under the influence of those Japanese letters and the source of energy, allow the wearer of the armor to receive the same properties. The power source itself was located in the center of the armor, where the strongest protection was, and it looks like a small pearl. I'm not sure, but it seems to me that some kind of werewolf spirit is sealed in the pearl, which complements the metamorphic properties of the armor, and allows the user to transform at will into any animal, or take the form of another person. Quite an interesting concept, although as I said earlier, I could not fully understand everything. Still, I still have a lot to learn. In any case, I was able to create a dark purple, almost black, bracelet from a piece of armor, on which I transferred all the letters. And only then I encrusted the pearl itself, which I hid behind a red emblem similar to the Omnitrix symbol, which was divided in half. The result is a stylized letter K. As I said, all the previous properties have been preserved, but since this is no longer an exoskeleton, as it was before, the bracelet does not increase the physical data of the owner. Although, this is not such a big loss, compared to the convenience and abilities that Kenkatrix provides. For now, I'll wear the new bracelet myself, and then I'll decide who to entrust it to. Grandpa already has a Jaeger, so he doesn't really need that werewolf bracelet. And the girls are not particularly suitable for his capabilities. To be honest, it seems to me that Kai is just the perfect host for Kenkatrix, but it's too early to judge this, especially since we don't know each other very well. Are you finally back? I asked the girls with a smirk as I put the rest of Kenko's armor into inventory. Maybe I'll still need them. I hate robots. Ashley said angrily, and collapsed into bed from exhaustion. As soon as the girls finished with one army of robots, a new horde appeared, larger than the previous one. And so on for several hours. Given that they had previously fought in sumo slammers, it is not surprising that they spent all their strength today. You made up your mind to deal with them. Shrugging, I said. But who would have thought that there would be so many of them? Ashley complained. I will never follow your lead again, Ashley. Gwen said softly, who was much more difficult, because she could not use her fire, because of the danger of the tattoo. Sorry. Ashley said plaintively. There is a new army in Beverly Hills, said Morgana, who coordinated the girls all day, at my request. But not this, Gwen said doomedly, as she thought that was all for today. Okay, rest. I'll be done with this. At the same time, I'll check out a new toy. I said, getting up from my chair and pointing to the new bracelet on my arm, right above the disguised Omnitrix. Good luck. Ashley said wearily and fell asleep instantly. Looking at Gwen, I saw that she, too, was already asleep. They could have asked for help if they were so tired. Shaking my head, I said, after using Kenkatrix, turned into an eagle with blue feathers, and flying out the window, flew to the area where celebrities live. By the way, as it turned out that all the animals that Kenkatrix turns into are larger and stronger than ordinary animals, and for some reason, they always have a blue color. Though I don't mind, considering that's my favorite color. Thanks to the speed of the eagle, I quickly reached the elite area, where almost 1,000 robots were rampaging. Notably, someone spent money on the creation of these toys. Right in the air, I turned into a 4-meter blue bear and, like a cannonball, landed in a cluster of droids, which I began to violently tear apart. These robots were obviously of lower quality than the ones I had fought this morning, but there were more of them and some of them had laser weapons. In order not to be such an easy target, I turned into a blue jaguar and began to maneuver between the robots, tearing them apart with my sharp claws. Given the chance, I thought it would be a good idea to test the cloth in battle as well, so several black cords came out of me that followed my will and helped me destroy the robots. Pretty comfortable, like I've got some new arms, I thought involuntarily, biting my teeth into the droid's head. The number of robots dropped quite a bit, but since I didn't want to drag out the battle, I jumped into the air and turned into a 15M Oriental Dragon. Of course, blue. Bye-bye. I roared, and breathed a stream of high-temperature fire into them, which instantly melted the remaining 300 robots. Pretty awesome, I involuntarily said, looking at the destruction I had caused. If not for the spell, repairing the entire area would have cost the city authorities a very impressive amount. And here it's not even clear who tried harder, me or the robots. Covering the robots with a shield, which, despite their deplorable state, nevertheless self-destructed, in order not to attract attention, I turned into a bat and flew back to the hotel. But after flying a few blocks, I felt that someone was following me. And to check who the impudent one is, I flew up to one of the skyscrapers and waited. 5 minutes later, I heard the door to the roof open and 5 people came in. "You," I said with surprise when I saw my guests. "I didn't think we'd meet so soon." Chapter 129, 128. Confrontation. July 24, 2010. Lex, the robots have reappeared. This time, in Griffith Park, said Morgana, waking me up at 6 in the morning. "Looks like it's time for the final round," I muttered, rubbing my sleepy eyes. "Everything, just like those guys said," Morgana said, referring to the people I met last night. "Right. Did you do everything I asked?" I asked, washing my face and ordering the cloth to look like my suit. "Yes, everything is ready. All you have to do is sell the signal and the house of cards will fall apart." With a pleased voice, said Morgana. "Then do your job. Send all the collected information wherever you need it. Since they decided to play dirty, let them feel what it's like when all their secrets come out." With a bloodthirsty smile, I said. "And made. Now, all the ins and outs of the order are in the public domain," Morgana said. "Wonderful. Then, it's time to end this whole circus," I said with a smirk, and without warning anyone, I left the hotel, going to deal with the last batch of robots and their owners. Third POV. Since yesterday, groups of robots of unknown origin began to appear in Los Angeles, which did not touch people, but staged a mayhem throughout the city. In total, there were 12 such attacks, and fortunately, before something irreparable happened, the Legion and his assistants managed to neutralize the hordes of robots. What's strange so it is that there was no reaction from the authorities and law enforcement agencies of the city, and apart from the heroes, no one dealt with this problem. Although logically, the government should have already brought an army into the city, which was supposed to at least help the heroes deal with the robots. But nothing of the sort happened. The only reaction from the city authorities was the decision to introduce a temporary state of emergency, which forbade residents from leaving their homes until the problem was resolved. Many people did not like this, and smart people already saw some kind of conspiracy in this, but since the Legion coped with the invasion of the rebellious machines without any problems, no one was in a hurry to make any rash decisions that could only spoil everything. But it was about how, since this morning, information about some ancient order of knights did not begin to appear on the internet and in the press, who started this whole mess in LA. And as they say, the shit hit the fan, and the information provided by an unknown anonymous person spread throughout the country, revealing many dirty secrets of many people, as well as revealing the secret to the centuries-old actions of the Order, which was originally supposed to protect the world. The culmination of this whole event was the appearance of a video on all screens of the country, which depicted another battle of the Legion against robots, which ended with the appearance of that very order and the disclosure of even more dirty secrets. Lex POV. And that was the last one, I said, tearing Wrath, the last working droid, with my claws. This time there were fewer of them, but they were all of excellent quality, so I had to work hard. Though who am I kidding, it was just a little warm-up before starting the main action. Transforming into an ice pick, I froze all the broken robots so they wouldn't ruin this beautiful park with their explosion. After becoming human, I turned to face the Griffith Observatory and said loudly, "I know you are here. You can't hide." "Ho, so you guessed it." Their emptiness arrogant voice rang out. Then, as if the whole landscape in front of me was a painting, someone pulled the canvas and revealed the true essence of things. Behind the fake appeared a giant mech, with a familiar golden mask, 2,000 armed Eternal Knights, and several thousand more robots very familiar to me. Good camouflage system, I sincerely praised, pointing to the canvas, which projected what was behind and was able to hide an entire army in plain sight. Thanks, I'm glad you appreciated it. We've been working hard for you, the mech pilot said kindly. It is very kind of you. I can't imagine how much this rubbish cost you, just to divert my attention. You really did a great job, I said sincerely. We are pleased that you appreciated our efforts. But it looks like you're not at all surprised by our appearance, Enoch said puzzled, and it was he who was sitting in the mech, which was created in the image of his knightly armor. At first I could not figure out who was behind these robots, but then, before all the robots self-destructed, I was able to notice a very familiar stigma. Seriously, you should at least remove your ubiquitous infinity sign, otherwise it's not even funny, I said with a smile, blatantly lying. What? Is our sign still on the robots? Enoch asked in shock, looked at his subordinate, who was standing at the left leg of the fur. Yes sir. In order to create so many robots, we used the punching machine we used earlier for one secret project, and it looks like someone forgot to remove the badge that identifies us, the knight said awkwardly. Idiots! Enoch exclaimed furiously, and then added, the whole point of this plan was to remain anonymous to the last, so that the Legion would not suspect the trap being prepared for him. Yes, I sympathize. I sincerely felt sorry for Enoch, who had to work with such not very smart assistants, and thought to myself, it turned out that the sign of the Forever Knights really was. Who would have thought? Ugh. Okay, it doesn't matter now. The main thing is that you still came here, and we can take revenge on you. Turning to me, said Enoch, returning his arrogant tone. Revenge? For what? I asked with incredible surprise. Are you still asking? You attacked my castle, beat up all my people, dishonored me and took my entire collection. Enoch growled, practically foaming at the mouth. Not all. Just a couple of items. Yes, and why reopen the old? It was a long time ago. I waved my hand and said casually. I love annoying this guy too much. That was only a month and a half ago. Enoch shouted viciously, while all his subordinates stood silently on the sidelines. I'm telling you, it's been a long time. Do you know what happened to me this summer? This is just one event in a series of many incidents. Nothing special, I said. Bastard! Unable to stand it, shouted Enoch. Why do you want to take revenge me? I asked, ignoring the knight's angry exclamation. You attacked and destroyed our London branch and then killed Chadwick, Enoch recalled. Attacked? Maybe. But I didn't destroy anything and I didn't kill anyone. Tired of talking to everyone about it, I complained. It does not matter, in any case, you are an enemy of our order, and I will gladly punish you for everything you have done. But rejoice, we won't kill you. We will capture you and study your shape-shifting ability. You will serve our order well, Enoch said. What a great honor, I said sarcastically, rolling my eyes, and then asked, and all this circus with the attack of robots you staged just to lure me out? Ha ha ha, yes. Otherwise, we couldn't find you. I have to admit, you're great at hiding. And although you realize that a trap awaits you, you still came here like the last fool. This is your greatest and last mistake in life. Bursting with laughter, said Enoch. And it's your doing that the police ignored the robots? I asked. Yeah, we couldn't let our plan get thwarted, so we bribed the right people and used our agents in the government to make things go smoothly so we could drain you. Although, we did not expect that your girlfriends are so strong and will cope with almost all attacks. But in any case, you are now alone and no one will help you. Gloated Enoch. I still love villains, they always strive to share their plans. People in the government? I asked with a grin. Finally. Our order is so ancient and powerful that you can't even imagine. Our members have infiltrated various structures around the world, and if we wanted to, we could rule the world, ha ha ha, Enoch boasted, clearly exaggerating a little at the end. Well, no. I just imagine everything perfectly. I will say more, I know absolutely everything about your order. I said with a grin. What? What are you talking about? Enoch asked incredulously. Did you really think that having learned about the trap in advance, I would not prepare for your arrival? I asked, bloodlust in my voice. What did you do? Enoch asked fearfully, clearly feeling a bad premonition. You know, I have known about your order for a long time and even know your history of origin. Out of respect for Sir George and what he has done in the past, I have decided to leave you alone. At least for the time being. But when I visited your London branch, I saw something that made me very angry. I said seriously, pressing telekinesis on all the assembled knights so that they could not move. When I realized that you were preparing a trap for me, I decided that this is a chance to end you. Of course, I could just beat you all up and be done with it, but I thought that was too little punishment for bastards like you, who imagine themselves to be doing all sorts of crap for centuries. I said, increasing the pressure with every word. What did you do? Shouted Enoch as his mech fell to his knees. I have taken away your greatest advantage. Your secrecy. I grinned bloodthirstily, pulling out a large holographic screen from my phone. No, Enoch said doomedly, seeing on the screen a report from several TV channels that told everything I had gathered about the Forever Knights. And there was a lot of dirt and secrets. Smile, you are filmed by a hidden camera. I said with a smile, pointing to the drone flying in the sky, who filmed all our dialogue and broadcasted around the world. Well, Richard Dreyfuss III, do you like my plan? I asked with a grin, calling Enoch by his real name. Bastard. I'll kill you. Enoch shouted furiously and fired a rocket at me from the mech's hand. Calmly covering myself from the explosion with a magic shield, I continued. Now, the whole world knows your names, your crimes, and your plans. We'll start hunting for you, because with your actions you have angered a lot of influential people. The President of the United States was very unhappy when he learned that you wanted to replace him with a robotic double during a baseball game a few days later. Sir, our bank accounts. They are all empty. The right hand of Enoch gave a voice. Oh yes, I forgot to mention that. Now you are bankrupt. Your entire fortune has gone to charities around the world. You don't have to thank me. I know how happy you are to know that the money of your order will go to a good cause and will cover at least some of the harm that you have done to the world over all these centuries. I said with a grin, turning off the drone, since my next words should not be heard by anyone. Die. Enoch shouted furiously and tried to shoot me with a rocket again, but he didn't succeed, as I tore all his mech into pieces with telekinesis. It won't be fun if you all get caught now. So run, and don't look back. I said as I removed the telekinetic pressure from all the knights. True, everyone was so shocked by what had just happened that no one even moved. Well, what are you worth? The army will be here soon. I said, but no one responded. You're not funny at all. I said with a sigh, and then turned into a humongousaur and shouted louder. I said run. Hide so you don't get caught, Ha 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 ha. This time all the knights heard me and threw down their weapons and ran wherever their eyes looked. Now a really hard time has come for them. Well, you will stay here. It will even be interesting what the secret services will do with you. I turned to Enoch, who was hanging by his telekinesis nearby. I'll take revenge, said Enoch weakly, who did not particularly believe in it. No, you won't get revenge. You will most likely never see white light again. And it is unlikely that any of your former comrades will come to save you, because now they have more important things to do. I said with a smirk and then knocked out Enoch with a blow. Now I feel like a villain, I muttered involuntarily. After destroying all the robots left here, I teleported from here, since the army was really close. Besides, I have an appointment with my new allies. Chapter 130, 129. The Forever King. And how it all came to this, I thought involuntarily, sitting on the golden throne, looking at my new subordinates. I had a crown on my head and a royal robe draped over my shoulders. About 300 Forever Knights gathered in front of the throne, led by 5 knights in red armor that I knew well. All of them now bowed their heads in submission to me, kneeling. You can go up, I said imposingly, sitting comfortably on the throne. Hearing my command, all the knights stood at attention, after which, simultaneously putting their right hand to their hearts, they loudly exclaimed, "Long live the true forever king! Long live to the true forever king! Long live to the true forever king! Long live to the true forever king!" Their fanaticism knows no bounds. I thought calmly about the fact that I was now being crowned. If someone does not understand what is happening now, then I will explain everything. To make things clearer, I have to go back to last night, when I was visited by uninvited guests. As some of you may have already guessed, these were the 5 knights in red armor that I met while infiltrating the London branch of the Forever Knights. As it turned out, the words that I said about their order and Sir George, after our duel was over, quite strongly influenced the outlook of these Forever Ninjas. It turns out they have such a title. When the ninja woke up from the magical sleep that I had placed on them, they decided to reconsider their allegiance to the Order of the Forever Knights and, for the first time in their lives, decide on their own what they really want to dedicate their lives to, and most importantly to whom. Unexpectedly, it was the ninja who turned on the storage destruction system. It was they who destroyed the place for the protection of which they were, in fact, created. Well, at least they did not abandon their former comrades, and saved all the Forever Knights that were on the upper floors of the vault. After all, they are ordinary soldiers and did not deserve such a death. By the way, I found out the origin of the Forever Ninja. The majority of this elite squad are level 6 androids created by the late Chadwick, but there are 12 of them who act as commanders. They were orphans who had been recruited by the Order as children, brainwashed into their allegiance and undergoing rigorous training to become elite warriors and bodyguards for high-ranking members of the Order. Everything is so sad that they don't even have their own names, but only the call signs they got from the names of the Knights of the Round Table, who, most likely, were also Eternal Knights in the past. In my case, I met Kay. This is the girl I fought. Yvain, he fought Lee, a knight with a shield, goes by the call sign Bors, and the other 2 are called Lamorak and Bedivere. Somewhere in the world there are still Forever Ninjas with the call signs Gawain, Beaumain, Galahad, Percival, Uriens, Gaheris, and Agravain. So, back to the topic. After the ninja left the London branch, they began to think about what to do next, because, in fact, they became traitors to their order. As is clear, they decided to find the one who pushed them to change, that is, me. Ironically, creating such subordinates was the main mistake of the Forever Knights. They created 2 loyal soldiers who honor the code the most. The problem is that these high-ranking members of the Order themselves did not give a damn about the code for a long time, and everyone did what they wanted. In principle, this was the reason why I was able to shake their faith so easily, and they came to me so that I could direct them to the right path, which their former order had long lost. That's what Kay said when she and her comrades found me in Los Angeles, kneeling down and swearing eternal loyalty to me. For some reason, they were sure that it was me, or rather even the Legion, who should lead the Order of the Forever Knights and return it to its roots, and punish all heretics who violated their oaths for their own benefit. People like Enoch. Frankly, it was an unexpected turn of events. But after a little thought, I decided that this is the right way. Anyway, it was dangerous to leave the Forever Knights unattended. You never know what these fools would do. Remember only Sir Reginald, who in the animated series opened the Seal of Dagon, only because he thought the treasures were hidden there. This idiot almost let a dangerous demon into the world, and I don't want a story like that. In the end, after I was convinced of the sincerity of the intentions of the Forever Ninja, I accepted their offer, in fact, founded my own faction, consisting of 5 ninja and 300 Forever Knights, whom they found and pulled over to my side. These people were truly devoted to the original cause of the order, the protection of the earth, and were ready to swear allegiance to me, which was actually happening right now. As proof of her loyalty, Kay gave me all of the Forever Knights' data that she could access. This included the identities of the spies and members of the order, all their ins and outs, secret properties, their other possessions, bank accounts, and so on. And also, the plan that Enoch was building against me. This, of course, was not necessary, since, nobly Morgana, I could already get access to this information, but it was still a nice gift that I gladly used to destroy the North American faction of the Forever Knights and the life of Enoch in particular. I did this, firstly, because they pissed me off with their attempt to set a trap for me, dragging the whole city into it. It's good that no innocent people were hurt, and secondly, because I needed to make room for my own the faction could flourish. Although, of course, I did not reveal the identities of some ordinary knights. As I said, they are only soldiers following orders for a salary. I also spared those who did nothing wrong and those whom I decided to give a second chance. These are mainly those who have families who did not know about the real work of their relatives. And everyone else is now really wanted all over the world and they are on the run. I think it is especially difficult now for spies who were exposed when they were in the camp of the enemy. Well, they are to blame. They deserve it. Although, I still let Driscoll go, since I still need him in my plans. True, I did not expect that he would still save Enoch at the last moment, before the military captured him. Probably to personally punish him for what happened to the order through the fault of Monk. Well, that's probably better. The government will not receive dangerous information. Okay, that's enough. I said loudly, stopping my new subordinates from screaming in my honor. What are your further orders, Your Majesty? Kay, who is now my second in command, asked respectfully, bowing her head. For now, lay low here and try not to shine. Right now, the order is far from being held in high esteem, and until things calm down, we'd better be as discreet as possible. I said calmly, pointing to the floor of the castle in which we were now. What about heretics? Kay asked. They are no longer our problem. I think by the end of the week, most will be caught by the government. And those who are lucky will climb into the deepest hole to avoid a similar fate. I said coolly. Should we make sure that the infidels can't get support and hide in one of the shelters? Kay asked. Yes, mothball all shelters and property, so that no one but us can access the resources of the order. I'll deal with this on my own later. In the meantime, rest, restore your strength, because when I return next time, I will begin the reformation of the order. I will return the Forever Knights to their glory and destroy the legacy of these foolish heretics. I said pompously, getting up from the throne and waving my mantle. It's not bad for me, it turns out, to play an overbearing king, right? Long live to the true forever king. Long live to the true forever king. Long live to the true forever king. Bowing again, a horde of Forever Knights began to shout, each of which I had already checked and made sure of their loyalty to me personally. There are real fans here who really believe in the true purpose of the order and for whom I have now become a real ruler, for whom they will do anything. I must say, the recruiters of the order know how to do their job. They obviously had to work hard to find such fanatics. Usually, such devotion does not bode well, but in my case it is even useful. At least I can be sure of their loyalty and obedience. I think they will find work within their strength, especially when I upgrade their arsenal and train them so that they truly become an elite order, not the clowns they were before I came. Still, it will be easier for me if I have assistants who can deal with minor problems. Not all same me forever to do all work. I hope, in the future, I can entrust them with the protection of the earth, in my absence. I will be calmer if I have forces subordinate to me personally. And I won't have to trust the same plumbers, which I honestly have a little doubt about, especially after they left my planet to fend for themselves after defeating Vilgax the first time. Well, that doesn't matter now. It's time to go back to the family. They must have seen my little show and must be worried that I'm gone for a long time. Kay, I leave you in charge. Make sure everyone gets everything they need to relax. The main thing to remember is not to walk around the street in your armor. I looked at my assistant and said, "As you wish, Your Majesty." Kay bowed low. "We have a lot of work ahead of us, but trust me, we can fulfill our duty to protect the Earth." Playing the role of the king again, I said loudly, after which I teleported back to the hotel. Chapter 131, 130. Portoler. I'm back. I said loudly, right after teleporting to the hotel. You've caused real chaos. Immediately said the grandfather, who was sitting on the couch and watching on TV a report on the arrest of the mayor of Los Angeles. He was one of the Forever Knights spies, and it was he who made sure that law enforcement did not react to robot attacks. But you have to admit, I did it very nicely. I sat down next to Max. I would say pathetic, perhaps even too much. It was that real show. The whole country will be in a fever for a very long time. At least while the arrests continue. Grandpa said as he switched the channel to another news report, this time about the arrest of a famous billionaire who was also in Forever Knight. Well, the Knights have been up for a long time. Sooner or later they were punished. Given that I got rid of almost 80% of the members of the entire order in one fell swoop, while depriving them of all their money and property, the storm that will be in the world for the next couple of months is a small price to pay. Shrugging, I said. On the one hand, I agree with you, especially since you did everything bloodlessly and none of the innocent were hurt, but on the other hand, I'm angry that you did everything alone again and didn't even tell the girls and me about this plan. Max looked at me with displeasure. Hey, I didn't know it would turn out like this. It was spontaneous. Improvisation. I had a good opportunity, and I decided to take advantage of it. I said honestly. Does it have something to do with your new clothes? Said the old man, pointing to my crown and robe, which was still on me, over my suit. Completely forgot. I said, looking at my royal attributes, which the cloth, at my order, absorbed and changed its appearance to everyday clothes. So what happened in the end? Max asked. A long story, but in short, I decided to give some worthy Forever Knights a second chance. I said with a smile, also noticing that sleepy Gwen and Ashley, who seemed to have just woken up, walked past the room on their way to the bathroom. Understandably. So, you yourself decided to direct the order in the right direction. Nodding his head, said Max, already guessing everything. You can say that. It would be foolish to refuse the resources that the Knights have collected over the centuries of their existence. Plus, extra hands never hurt. This was also a spontaneous decision, but I hope that something worthwhile will come out of this. I said sincerely. I think it's a good decision. It is also an opportunity for you to learn to trust your work to others. Maybe you'll stop doing everything on your own. Again throwing a displeased look at me, said Grandfather. I'm trying my best. I entrusted the girls to deal with the robots, and when Violet appeared, we went together to his squeaks, although I could find him myself in a couple of seconds. I muttered. Yes, and I understand it very well, you are really well done. But then again, I just can't help but worry about you. I'm sorry I pester you all the time. Max said, stroking my head with a faint smile. Nothing. I'm even glad that you're so worried about me. It means that you don't care about me. I said softly, feeling awkward. That's right, you're my grandson. And the only one. Max said, hugging me, after which he added, okay, I see that you have begun to accept other people's help more, so for my part promise you that I will grumble less about your reckless actions and I will trust you more. Still, you're old enough. Thanks, I said weakly. Still, it's nice to have such sincere support. In a past life, I didn't have this, and that's why I appreciate Max so much now. Rarely do you meet such people in life. It's my pleasure. It's my job, like your grandfather's. Although, I think that's enough of these tendernesses for today, Max said, releasing me from his arms. Yeah, I said, and then asked, so, what's the plan for today? I don't think it makes sense for us to stay in Los Angeles. Now the city is full of bedlam, so it is unlikely that we will be able to enjoy the tourist attractions. We'd better move on. Max thought for a moment. I agree. Then what is our next goal? I asked, nodding my head, just as the girls, having completed their morning exercise, entered the room. Chicago. This is one of the few megapolises we haven't visited yet. In addition, in a few days there will be a rock music festival, which I really would not like to miss. My favorite rock band Shag Carpeting will host a concert together for the first time in many years. Max said happily. Chicago? But, Grandpa, this is Illinois, on the other side of the country. We have always had a strange route, but this is already too much. Gwen complained. You don't understand, Gwen. It makes traveling so much more fun. We spend more time on the road and see a lot more than other travelers since we travel through the same states, but by different roads. Our summer trip is absolutely unique, Grandpa said confidently. But, Gwen tried to argue, but apparently she couldn't find the words. Calm down, Gwen. If Grandpa wants it that way, so be it, Ashley said calmly. Ashley is right. Anyway, while we are on the road, we are lounging on the bus, and Grandfather is driving. There is nothing to complain about here. The driver chooses the route, I said as I got up from the couch. I don't even have anything to say, Gwen said with her head down, defeat in her voice. Well, that's good. Pack your bags, we're on our way. The blockade from the city center has already been lifted, as the army has already arrested most of the Forever Knights, Max said with a smile. What? What blockade? Asked Gwen in surprise, having slept through my entire show. I'll tell you later. Let's hurry, we still need to have breakfast, I said, hurrying the girls. As you say. By the way, weren't you supposed to meet Hope today? Ashley asked. She texted me and said that research on that gold sphere is a bit delayed. It seems to have fascinated her quite a lot. She'll let know when she's got it all figured out, I said. Hopefully nothing as crazy as what happened to your cloth will happen this time, Gwen said unhappily. I hope so too. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs, I said, leaving the room and heading to the hotel restaurant. It's time to continue working on my virtual world. Several hours later. Chin. It's been a while since I heard that sound, I muttered as I heard the signal from the Omnitrix. Is this a new alien? Ashley asked, sitting next to me at the RV table. Looks like it, I said, pushing aside the laptop I've been working on for the past few hours. And who is it? Gwen asked, coming up from the back of the bus where she was reading her books on magic. Let's see, I said, opening the dial and scrolling it over 60 times to get to the new alien. It is small. And it looks like a turtle, Ashley said, looking at the silhouette of the alien visible on the clock. The alien had a humanoid, slightly chubby build, and his arms and legs were thick and short. His head was a strange, square shape, and apparently, small antennas were visible on it, and behind his back was a round shell, with spikes. Then, I think I can turn into him here, I said and slapped the dial. After that familiar flash of light, I examined myself and saw that I was only 50 centimeters tall. I really looked like a humanoid alien turtle, especially in the face and shell, although you could see the features of a beetle. I was wearing my usual overalls, but there was a two-tone circle on my stomach. I think I know this alien. What a nice little one. Ashley said and tried to lift me, and she did succeed, but with great difficulty. You are very heavy. Ashley said as she laid me back on the ground, deciding not to hurt her back. And what can this strange alien do, besides the fact that he is obviously weak and small, but at the same time heavy? Gwen asked, eyeing me critically. If I'm not mistaken, this is, I said in a nasally alien voice, after which I raised my hand forward and opened a round-dimensional gate leading to the desert. Portal? Gwen asked in surprise. Yes. This alien can open portals to any place I've ever been. I said, nodding my head. If I'm not mistaken, this alien is called the Portaler and has only appeared in the Ben 10 web game. He appears to have been created by some fan. Luckily, I've played the game and know this alien's powers. This is incredibly helpful. Ashley said, impressed. Yes. And although I have the two tails, and I can use the infinity tattoo to move, but sometimes there are situations when the portal is better. For example, to move a large number of people or cargo. Plus, the portal can always be used in combat to redirect an attack. I said quickly, already beginning to analyze the usefulness of this ability. What else can he do? Gwen asked, curious. Just this. I said and curled up into a ball, just like the cannonbolt. Apparently, this is a defense mechanism against predators inherent in this race. This is not particularly useful, but thanks to the spikes on the carapace, the Portaler has good penetration power. It looks like this alien is more like a mixture of an armadillo and a turtle, and not skulls and a beetle, as I originally thought. It's funny. Ashley said as she watched me roll on the floor of the bus. Variety never hurts. I already have quite a few aliens that have similar powers, but that doesn't make them any less useful. Everything depends on the situation. And portals will definitely come in handy for me someday. I said as I got to my feet. I think you're right. By the way, have you checked Ashley? Gwen asked, suddenly changing the subject. Check? What are you talking about? Ashley asked incredulously. I'm talking about your electrokinesis tattoo. Gwen replied. What's wrong with her? Ashley asked, looking at your hand. She's fine. It looks like my theory was correct, and Ashley's mental resistance, which she trained due to her osmosion powers, protected her from the effects of the tattoo. I said quickly. Is that how? This is good. Gwen said with relief. What are you talking about? Can you explain to me properly? Ashley asked loudly, completely confused about what was happening. You know, Ashley, I started to speak, wishing to turn back into a man, but everything did not go according to plan. What the hell, I muttered, noticing that my Omnitrix failed for the first time, and I turned into swamp fire, contrary to what I wanted. Why did you turn into this alien? Gwen asked, looking at me as a Methanosian. I don't know. I said honestly, looking at the Omnitrix emblem. Become a man and explain to me already what you were talking about before. Ashley practically ordered. I can't, I said when I realized that the Omnitrix was not responding to my mental commands, and even a slap on the emblem on my chest did not cancel the transformation. What the hell? Chapter 132, 131. Bloom. Are you joking? Gwen asked, concern in her voice. No, I really can't turn into a human in any way. The Omnitrix is completely unresponsive to my commands. Even Kenkatrix is useless. I said, continuing to slap the emblem on my chest. Why is this happening? Ashley asked, also hitting the emblem, but nothing came of it. I do not know. My Omnitrix has always worked properly, I said hesitantly, trying to find a solution to this problem. I think it's time for you to bloom. Morgana's voice came from my laptop, which she was in to help me create my world. That's right, bloom. It slipped from my mind. Thanks for the reminder, Morgana. I said with relief, having stopped trying to return to human form. Bloom? What are you speaking about? Gwen asked incredulously. This is a feature of this race. As a plant-based life form, the methanosians have multiple periods of maturation. I'm now 16 years old, and this is just the time when the methanosians reach their sexual maturity and they begin the flowering stage, that is, the maturation of the body. I said, at the same time noticing that my body had already become a little larger than before. So you're flourishing right now? How is the flower? Gwen asked. Yes, by analogy with plants, we can say that this alien used to be a growing stem, and now it's time for the bud to open. I nodded my head as I sat down at the table. And what does it change for you? Ashley asked. For my human body, nothing will change, but Swampfire will get an upgrade. I will become much stronger physically, my regeneration will reach a new level, and the fire blasts that I can shoot from my hands will become much more powerful. And of course, my connection with plants and chlorokinesis will only get better. I said briefly. To be honest, I completely forgot that there is a possibility that this could happen. I just got used to the fact that I have been in complete control of my aliens for a long time, and the same aggressive disposition of wrath is not a problem for me, but apparently I can't trample against nature. There is nothing wrong with this, of course, and I'm even glad that the Swampfire will become stronger, especially since it is somewhat similar to the manifestation of the alpha forms that I am currently working on. But the fact that flowering happened so abruptly and unexpectedly is unpleasant. It's good that I was in a safe environment, and not in the middle of a battle. It also reminded me of the problem of Big Chill. I do not want to bear children because of the instincts of the Necrophrygian race. I'm still too young for this. And actually, I'm a man. So something needs to be done to prevent this from happening. As you can see from the Swampfire, I can't resist the aliens' natural biological processes in any way. And what do you do now? Ashley asked, breaking my flow of thoughts. Just wait for the bloom to end. I shrugged my shoulders and said in a nasally alien voice. But doesn't that mean you're stuck in that alien's form indefinitely? Gwen asked, noticing a clear problem. Yes. Apparently, the Omnitrix was automatically blocked so that nothing interfered with the growth process and everything went safely. I said with a sigh as I looked down at my hands, which had gotten a little bigger. It's bad, right? Ashley asked, worried for me that I had lost my main weapon. Well, not really. This alien is quite strong, so I'm not completely defenseless. But if problems overtake us, then this time everything will be more difficult than usual. Moreover, for some reason, my magic is not available to me. I said, noticing that I couldn't withdraw the magical energy from my body. Apparently, this is again done so that magic does not interfere with the flowering process. I didn't know that the Omnitrix could block this ability as well. Let's hope that today it won't produce anything dangerous, Ashley said softly, clearly calling trouble on us. Lex, satellites detected purple lightning. Morgana said right away. It doesn't get any easier from hour to hour, I said, shaking my head. As if it could happen at another time. Couldn't you just keep quiet? Gwen said, looking at Ashley angrily. Sorry, Ashley said guiltily. Okay, it's not so important now. What happened, happened. Morgana, where will the lightning appear? I asked, moving my laptop closer. In Colorado, near the city of Dairyville, on the territory of the Maplewood family's farm. Morgana quickly said, bringing up a map on the screen. We're not that far away, but we won't make it in time for the arrival of the intruder. I muttered. We have been on the road for more than 10 hours and have already practically traveled all over Arizona, so we will have time to get to the farm in a couple of hours. Unfortunately, I can't use magic, so I can't move the bus there with the infinity tattoo, and other means of teleportation aren't available to me right now. Also, I can't even use Merlin, as Slick's samurai robots are currently dismantling him. It seems to me that I have already received all the necessary resources to build a new spaceship, especially with what I can now get from the Forever Knights, so I decided not to put it off any longer, and a couple of days ago I ordered the dismantling of Merlin to begin. There was no need for me to hurry, so I entrusted this to the robots. Anyway, they just stand and gather dust, but at least there was something for them to do. As a result, Merlin is no longer able to fly. How unfortunate everything turned out. Well, at least I know who came to Earth and his plan, so nothing terrible, in general, did not happen. It's just that we won't be able to meet the mummy immediately after his arrival. That's it, lightning struck and an alien from Aner Trancel arrived on Earth. Morgana said. Now it really would be nice to have our own network of satellites, I complained, and then I realized something. Morgana, the Forever Knights must have their own satellites in orbit, right? I quickly asked. Right. And I already have access to them. It turned out to be easy, thanks to the security codes Kate gave us, said Morgana, displaying images from a satellite that was just flying over Colorado. You clever. I can't imagine what I would do without you, I said with a smile. Without me, you wouldn't be capable of anything at all, Morgana said confidently, winking at me from the monitor screen. Maybe, I began, but was interrupted. Maybe stop flirting and let's get back to business, shall we? Gwen said displeasedly, throwing an evil look at me. We didn't flirt, but you're right. Morgana, can you get a picture of our guest? I said quickly, knowing that angering Gwen could be dangerous right now. That was 2 minutes ago, Morgana said, displaying a blurry photo of a crater from which a humanoid consisting of bandages emerged. A mummy this time? Ashley asked with a wry smile when she saw another monster from fairy tales. This is Thep Kufin, from the planet Thep Kufos. Now, we are sure that this alien is from Aner Trancel and most likely a subordinate of Victor, who came to Earth on his behalf. Apparently, the second phase of their plan has come into effect, I said, even knowing why this alien had come. Could it be that he is the same victim as Violet? Ashley asked. It is unlikely, after all, Violet was used, because he is not sorry. And now that the transporter was working properly thanks to the beacon, Victor had to send a trusted person to get everything set up properly. Although, of course, there is a chance that this mummy also works against its will. But, in any case, we first need to meet with him and find out his purpose, I said after a little thought. Still, despite the fact that I kind of know everything, the case of Violet showed that there are many secrets left behind the scenes of the series, so do not rely too much on my meta-knowledge. Better if I check everything personally. Then I'll go and tell grandfather to change the route. We need to get to the mummy as soon as possible before he does anything, Gwen said seriously. Okay, tell him everything, I said, nodding at Gwen's words. When Gwen, in the company of Ashley, went to Max, I turned to my beautiful AI, and you Morgana, try to follow Thep Kufin as best as you can. No problem. But, Lex, the sensors built into the satellites have detected strange radiation emitted from the alien, Morgana said. Let me guess, it's corrodium? I asked, knowing full well the answer. Corrodium is a high-potential energy mineral, similar to coal or uranium on a larger scale, and for a time it was mined throughout the galaxy as an efficient source of energy. However, corrodium has serious side effects and mutagenic properties that can negatively impact biological life. It is very unstable, so its use has been discontinued, except for the inhabitants of the Aner system, mainly due to the fact that Thep Kufin are the only ones in the universe who can handle corrodium without special protection. In general, corrodium is the reason for the unique properties of purple lightning. Victor's plan is to use corrodium's mutagenic properties on Earth's inhabitants to turn everyone into mutants who will not resist the blackout and the subsequent takeover of Earth. And of course, I can't let that happen. Although, I myself am interested in this mineral. Yes. It looks like the alien is using a piece of this mineral to find deposits on Earth. Apparently, in ancient times, a meteorite fell to Earth, which contained corrodium. And it seems that this is the reason why the mutation appeared in the Circus Freak trio, said Morgana. Really? But you said you couldn't figure out what influenced the trio, although your database should have samples of the radiation emitted by corrodium. I said. It is, so I was able to understand what the satellite scanners recorded. But, as I said, the circus freak trio's mutations occurred while still in the womb, and it seems to have been caused by minimal exposure to corrodium. Apparently, too much time has passed, and my scanners have recorded only remnants that have changed too much over time, and I could not correlate what they found with corrodium. Morgana replied. Understandably. But it looks like we've finally found something that can cure them. I said with a smile. Right. Enough for them to chill in cryocapsules. Said Morgana, who does not like it when someone else is in the cave. How are the tests going there, by the way? I asked, ignoring the AI's tone. There are only 15 aliens left to explore. Fortunately, in each I was able to detect a hidden alpha gene. The study of the Mr. Hyde formula will be completed tomorrow. But there was something strange in Erasai's eyelash. Morgana said. Oh? And what? I asked curiously. This eyelash belongs to you. Morgan shocked me. What? How is this possible? I asked, eyes wide. I don't know, but according to spectral analysis, this eyelash has your DNA, so it must have come off from you when you were in that alien form. True, this happened, apparently when you were already over 18 years old. Morgana explained. So in the future, I lost my eyelash, and it somehow ended up in the past, where Chadwick found it. I concluded from the information received. Apparently, that's the way it is. I said calmly. Foo *** ing time travel, I said unhappily. This always gives me a headache. Okay. It won't change anything and it doesn't matter now. Maybe I'll do what Chadwick did and build an anti-alien weapon, just in case. For now, let's keep working on our world while we're on our way to Derryville. I muttered. As you say. Morgana said with a smile, opening our common project. Chapter 133, 132. The Mummy. Looks like we've arrived. Grandpa said as he stopped the bus at the edge of the Maplewood family's farm. Are you sure we're here? Gwen asked dubiously, looking at the huge fields, where there were only cows that were sleeping peacefully. Yes, Morgana gave exactly these coordinates. I said confidently, still in the form of swamp fire. Let's go quickly, we need to find the mummy as soon as possible. Who knows where he might have gone while we were getting here? Ashley said impatiently, trying to run out of the bus. Don't rush, Ashley. Morgana has detected traces of corrodium, which means we need protection. Fortunately, I took care of this beforehand, and your suits have a radiation protection function. So in no case do not take them off, unless of course you want to turn into ugly mutants. I said quickly. No, I don't want that. Ashley chimed in as she quickly changed into her suit. What about you? And Grandpa? Gwen asked, also putting on her costume. The cloth will protect me, and the Grandpa has a protective belt, which also has a radiation protection function. I said, immediately using the cloth. Thanks to its special properties, I was now wearing my normal costume, but it had stretched out and was now a perfect fit for the Metnosian's figure. It's a little unusual to be in alien form and wear a suit at the same time, but I was going to create a similar function for the Omnitrix in the future. Now, thanks to the cloth, this is much easier to do. Although, there are a few more useful features to be added, for some aliens. It's better if I put on my hazmat suit, it will be more comfortable. Max said, taking a round disc out of the glove compartment. Putting the disc to his chest and pressing the button, Grandpa summoned the suit, which immediately enveloped his body. This suit is not very strong, but it can go into outer space for a short time, and it also protects a person from harmful substances such as toxic fumes, or, in this case, radiation. Okay, then let's go, we need to find the place where the mummy appeared and track its movement. I said as I got off the bus. If corrodium is involved in this, I have just the thing to help us. Grandfather said, showing a small device that can detect the radiation emitted by a space mineral. What are we going to do when we find an alien? Ashley asked as we all climbed over the fence to enter the farm. Fortunately, my telepathy is still working, and I can read Tep Kuffin's mind to find out which side he belongs to. If he's another victim, then we'll help him, but if not, we'll stop him. I said, looking at the map on my phone to find my way to the mummy's arrival point. But in any case, we need to make sure the corrodium doesn't fall into Victor's hands. Recalled Max, who knew perfectly well the danger of this mineral. Grandpa is right. Corrodium is too dangerous, especially if used on Earth, especially in the hands of someone like Victor and ZS Scare. Us here. I said, and pointing my finger to the north, I went in that direction. But if Victor doesn't get corrodium, it will ruin his plans. Shouldn't we make sure this doesn't happen? So that he does not suspect anything and that, in the end, he falls into our trap? Gwen asked doubtfully. It is, but in this case, it's better not to risk it. A small amount of corrodium is enough to mutate all the inhabitants of the planet. And if this happens, then everything will already be meaningless. Instead of me, Grandfather answered. Then it turns out that we started this whole story in vain? Can't we help Violet? Ashley asked sadly. Don't worry, it's not that critical. I'm sure a genius like Victor always has a backup plan. If we interfere with just one part of his plan, he'll just go down a different path. Still, he can't quit, because he must follow the order of his lord. I said with a smile. Lex is right. In fact, this failure may play into our hands. Grandfather said, thinking the same as me. What do you mean, Grandfather? Gwen asked curiously. If the mummy is not successful, Victor will most likely become impatient and decide to act on his own so that there will be no more mishaps. As they say, if you want to do something well, do it yourself. I said, continuing Max's thought. And that means, Grandfather began to speak, but Gwen, who had already guessed everything, interrupted him. It means that he will arrive on Earth earlier than planned. And we'll be waiting for him, with a trap prepared. Ashley exclaimed belligerently. Listen, and it is fun to anticipate the actions of our enemies and manipulate them to our own advantage. Gwen said with a smile. Yes, I understand you perfectly, I myself have recently become involved in this. Nodding my head, I said in a pleased tone. It's a good feeling, you won't say anything. Otherwise, they usually conspire against us and we remain fools. Ashley expressed his opinion. That's what tactics and strategy are for. Learn before it's too late. Max said, raising his finger in an intelligent tone. Okay, stop talking. We came. I said, pointing my finger at the deep crater where the mummy had landed. Looks like a corrodium crystal was buried here. It is for this reason that the mummy was moved here. He dug up the crystal and with its help is now looking for others. Said Grandfather, checking the area with his instrument. And it looks like that someone has already managed to undergo a mutation due to the radiation remaining in the pit. I said, noticing footprints near the crater that glowed with an ominous purple light. Something lately, there is too much purple in my surroundings. And what are we going to do? Gwen asked, looking warily at the footprints. We'll have to split up. Gwen, you and Grandpa, find all the mutants, this should not be allowed to become an epidemic. Ashley and I will follow the trail of the mummy. Thinking for a bit, I said. Okay, but what about the mutants? We what? Do you have to kill them all? Gwen asked with hidden fear. No, don't worry, it's not that bad. If exposure to corrodium is short-term, then the mutants can still be returned to normal. It is only necessary to isolate them and give time for all the infection to disappear. Max said quickly, reassuring the girls. Grandpa, set your radar to find the minimum radiation to find all the mutants, and we will use the help of Morgana and find the mummy. We'd better hurry and not drag this out. I said and fired a barrage of fire from my hands, which destroyed all the remnants of radiation. So it will be more reliable. Fine, but don't forget to be careful with corrodium and never take off your suits. Let's go, Gwen, let's go that way. Max reminded again, and having adjusted the radar, he went towards the nearest mutant. Good luck. Finally threw Gwen and went after Max. So where do we go? Ashley asked. Last time, Morgana spotted him at the silo tower. Looks like that's where the second crystal is. I said looking at my phone. Then, let's hurry up. Don't left behind. Ashley said with a smile and soared into the air, using telekinesis. Let's see who else is left behind. I shouted with a smirk and releasing a jet flame from my hands, with the help of which I quickly overtook Ashley. Hey, not fair, Ashley shouted indignantly, but I ignored her and flew even faster. Less than a minute later, a tower appeared on the horizon, and I switched to flying with telekinesis so as not to make noise and attract the attention of the alien. As I flew closer, I saw a pit being furiously dug by a humanoid figure made entirely of bandages. Indeed, a real mummy. What can you not meet in this world? Ashley said in a whisper, flying up, hovering in the air next to me. To be honest, I stopped being surprised a long time ago. I said in the same whisper. So, is he also under Victor's control? Or does he act of his own free will? Ashley asked. Wait a second, I'll check it now, I said, and putting my fingers to my temple to focus, I began to invade the alien's mind to read his thoughts. Fortunately, he did not have any mental protection, and I was able to find out everything that interested me without any problems. Well, sometimes you regret that you can read minds. What only muck you will not see. He is not under control. He is an ardent fanatic of ZS Scare and takes pleasure in following Victor's orders, wishing to darken our planet. I said curtly, removing my hand. Then you mean attack? Ashley asked for prevention. Yes. Let's show him that he shouldn't have come to Earth. I said with a grin. And how? Ashley said shortly, after which she flew down, having previously absorbed the hurricane from her homemade bracelet with different materials. The mummy obviously did not expect that a metal girl engulfed in fire would fall on him from the sky, so he took the whole blow and flew out of the crater, while grief. Ashley, right, chose the way to fight, because against the alien, which consists entirely of bandages, fire is best suited. Tep Kuffin landed on his feet with no problem, and as he put out his burning bandages, he looked at Ashley. Since the alien was well aware that his bandages were useless against the burning Ashley, he decided to use the surrounding area. Almost instantly wrapping a nearby silo with his bandages, the mummy pulled it out and dropped it right on Ashley, who had just left the crater and clearly did not expect that the building would be thrown at her. Ashley had a rather funny expression on her face when she saw the tower falling on her, but I didn't even bother to help, because I knew that this was not a problem for my girlfriend. Which she further proved. Having no problem stopping the tower with her telekinesis, Ashley threw it at the mummy. Now the alien had to wonder, although he did not have time for this, as Ashley accelerated the flight of the building and it successfully fell on Thepkuffen, crushing him. True, there was no sense from this, as due to the fact that he, in fact, is a sentient bandage, physical attacks do not harm him. And even if you cut it into pieces, the mummy can easily get back together. Ashley already understood this herself when she saw how torn bandages crawled out from under the tower on their own, which quickly gathered together into an intact alien, who this time attacked the girl herself, but more violently. While Ashley burned the bandages and dodged the fragments of the tower thrown by the mummy, I calmly obtained the corrodium crystal and sent it to the spatial storage. When the time comes, I will study its properties with pleasure. How long are you going to play? I calmly asked Ashley. He is too agile and recovers too quickly. I can't knock it out, only burn it completely. Ashley complained, sending a barrage of lightning at the mummy, which was also of little use. Okay, let me finish it. I said, coming closer. The alien obviously understood us, and now he looked at me warily, planning how to escape, as he knew that he could not defeat the two. As a last resort, he opened his chest and tried to irradiate us with corrodium, although it was no use. I, in turn, simply used telekinesis and tore out the crystal, which immediately went to inventory, to the second one. Thanks. This is exactly what we need, I said sweetly, and threw a few seeds I created under the alien's feet. The seeds under my control burrowed into the ground, then sprouted into thick vines that burst out of the ground and quickly enveloped the alien who tried to escape, wrapping him in an impregnable cocoon from which he can never escape. Here you go, you bastard. Feel what it's like to be wrapped up. You love to do that. Ashley yelled vindicatively, still offended that a building had been thrown at her. And now what? Ashley calmed down a bit. We just have to wait for Gwen and Grandpa to finish their task. And then we decide what to do with it. I'll have to check to see if there's more corrodium nearby. It is dangerous to leave it in such a place, I said. Okay, then I'll call them and ask how they are doing, Ashley said as she pulled out her phone. Nodding at the girl's words, I noticed a piece of bird bandage on the ground, which Mummy tore off himself so as not to burn out from Ashley's fire. Here's a new addition to my collection, I thought as I put Tep Kuffin's DNA into inventory. Unfortunately, while the flowering process is going on, the Omnitrix can't even use the DNA scan, so I'll have to wait until everything is over, only then can I use the mummy. It would have happened sooner, otherwise it's unpleasant when I can't use magic, and I'm limited by the abilities of one alien. They already finished too, I said where we are, so they'll be here soon, Ashley said as she ended the conversation. Well, then let's wait, I said, and strengthened the cocoon of plants, as I felt that the alien had already severely shredded the inside of its prison. He obviously really wants to escape, although who will allow him? Chapter 134, 133. The Mummy 2. We had to wait 15 minutes until Grandpa and Gwen arrived. All this time I kept the cocoon with the mummy. I had to constantly restore it, as the alien tried very hard to escape. I see you had fun here, Gwen said first, pointing to the traces of the battle that had taken place here. Ashley, as always, does not know the measure, I said with a smile, ignoring the indignant cry of Ashley, who clearly did not agree with my words. I understand that the alien was not ready for a constructive conversation? Max asked, looking at the cocoon. Yes, we stopped him, and now it remains to decide what to do with this villain. How did it go for you? Were there many mutants? I asked, tightening the cocoon even more. Here's a stubborn one. Everything is fine, we were able to find all the mutants. Several cows, pigs, a farming family and children living nearby were affected. Thankfully, thanks to Gwen, they are all back to normal and have no memory of what happened, Grandpa said. Is that how? And what did you do? I asked Gwen curiously. I decided to try using the cleansing spell from Bezel's book, and it worked great on the mutants. The spell destroyed all corrodium radiation in the bodies of the victims. I thought that this method would be more reliable than just waiting for the corrodium to weather, Gwen said with pride in her voice. Not bad idea. Still, who knows whether the radiation would really disappear completely. There could be some health side effects left, but we are sure that everything will be fine with them. Nodding my head, I said. Yes, I also said. Max replied with a smile, stroking Gwen on the head, which was embarrassed by this. By the way, about the spell. It won't be good to leave things as they are, so could you restore the silo? I still can't, I said, pointing to my appearance. Sure, no problem. I trained this spell well during the robot attacks in Los Angeles. Restitutio damnorum, Gwen said with a smile, and using a spell, she repaired all the damage inflicted during the battle. Even the hole the Tep Kuffin was digging was gone. Grandfather, is there still corrodium in the area? I asked as I watched the magic work. Gwen is getting better and better. Yes. There should be 2 more pieces. Grandpa said as she readjusted her radar and studied its readings. Then we must take them, so that no one accidentally stumbles upon them and turns into a mutant. Ashley said. This is understandable, but first we need to do something with the mummy. He is too nimble and a simple prison will not hold him. In addition, Victor can always return mummy in Anertransel, which would be highly undesirable. And I would not want to leave him unattended, who knows what he can do. I said thoughtfully. Well, then let's send him to a prison from which he cannot escape and Victor cannot help him in any way. Grandfather suggested. Null void? Are you sure this is a good idea? I asked, immediately understanding what he was talking about. Of course, I will contact my friends, who will lock the alien in jail and keep an eye on him until we finish this business. I will describe in detail all his abilities and he will not be able to escape. Given that this is a completely different dimension, Victor's teleporter will not reach him in any way. Grandpa said confidently. Well, if so, then I think this is the most suitable option. Thinking for a bit, I said. We need to isolate Tepkuffen from Victor and that's really the best way. Given what I remember from the show, the mummy must have a transmitter that can track him. It is unlikely that the signal will be able to break through the dimensions, so Victor will most likely think that the mummy is dead. Let's hope that this does not scare him and soon he will arrive on Earth himself. I'm tired of playing strategist. It is more convenient when the enemy simply comes and you just need to beat him. But there really is too much at stake, I thought to myself. Okay, then contact your friends and warn them of everything, while the girls and I will pick up the rest of the corrodium shards. I said again when I had finished thinking. No problem. Nodding his head, said Grandpa, taking out his phone. Gwen, there was a freezing spell in Bezel's book, can you use it? I asked looking at the girl. Yes, but what is it? Gwen asked. The mummy can't calm down and is trying to escape. We can't leave him like that. Due to his special physiology, it is very difficult to knock him out, even my telepathy does not help here. The only way is to freeze him to sleep. I said, once again strengthening the cocoon. And since you can't use the Omnitrix or magic, only I can do it now. No problems. Soft glass. Gwen said quickly, and, creating a spell that, for some reason, was in Creole, exhaled an icy breath on the cocoon with the mummy, which instantly froze both the cocoon and the mummy. Now, I'll be much calmer. But still, how inconvenient not to be able to use all your powers. This is a real nightmare, I thought displeasedly, letting go of my grip on the vines as I felt they were completely frozen. As, in general, and the mummy. Then shall we go after corrodium? Ashley asked, tapping the frozen cocoon a little to test its strength. Yes, we must be in time before dawn breaks. In this area people get up very early and it will not be good if they replace us. I said, catching the radar that was thrown to me, from still talking on the phone, Grandpa. And where do we go? Gwen asked as she wrapped herself in a layer of magic to take off. This is an alternate way of flying that she learned to avoid relying on the fire charm. To the ice cream factory, and to the local school. I said, correlating the radar readings and the map of the area. Well, then Gwen and I will fly to school. Ashley suggested, also flying up into the air. Okay, hold the radar, and I can handle it myself. When you're done, I'll meet you here. I said as I tossed the said device to Gwen. Whoever comes later buys pizza. Ashley yelled, and quickly flew away. She is right. Gwen said with a smile and flew away in the same way. It's already clear to everyone that I will succumb. If you wanted pizza, you could just ask. I muttered, shaking my head, and also flew off in search of the crystal. July 25, 2010. We got both crystals without any problems, and now I have a total of 4 corrodium crystals. Given that it is quite rare and generally banned from use in almost the entire known universe, this is not a bad catch. When we returned to Max, he had already agreed on everything, and we sent the mummy to Null Void, where the plumbers immediately received him and locked him in the darkest cell, leaving him right there, frozen, to be sure. After that, we returned to the bus and, having found the nearest parking lot, went to sleep. I woke up before everyone else again and continued to work on my virtual world, at the same time playing with Nebula, who had grown even more. She even learned to use telekinesis a little, with the help of which she now flies and gets her own food from the refrigerator. Now we have to lock it up so that this little glutton does not eat all our provisions. It seems that the effect of our connection turned out to be much better than I thought. Also, as Morgana said, today she finished the analysis of the Mr. High formula and, surprisingly, it turned out that its main component was corrodium. That's such a coincidence. Although, given its mutagenic properties, it is not so strange. The formula also includes many different herbs, both from the Earth and from other planets, and of course, the blood of aliens, which, under the influence of corrodium, turns people into alien hybrids. There was also one strange component unknown to me, which apparently was necessary for the stabilization of the serum and so that it could be safely used by people. Fortunately, Morgana was able to unravel the composition and formula of this substance, and I was able to reproduce it without any problems. Since I'm stuck in swamp fire form, I can't go to the cave, even though I can fly, but the distance is too far and I don't want to spend several hours on the road. I will have to postpone work on recreating the high formula, but this does not mean that I cannot start modeling the cure for Gilbert. All the necessary components for the formula I can get later, but the medicine also needs the blood of an alien, in this case a Tekadonian, in order to remove exactly parts of the DNA of this species from Gilbert's body. Luckily, I know that there is one member of this race living in the underground city of Bellwood, and when the flowering is over, I will take his DNA at the same time and buy all the necessary ingredients. Still, this is the right place to look for medicinal herbs from other planets. Also, I couldn't resist and decided to try and improve the hide formula. I don't know why I need it, but it won't be superfluous. Maybe, I will one day need the ability to turn a human into an alien/human hybrid. Especially since I have no problem getting DNA samples from all sorts of aliens thanks to my Omnitrix. Unfortunately, without my equipment, I won't be able to study corrodium, so the Circus Trio's healing is delayed again, but I guess they won't mind waiting a little longer. How many times I say, but it's terrible not to be able to use the Omnitrix to its full potential. I immediately lose most of my abilities. Still, it's very convenient when you have such a wide variety of skills for a variety of occasions. And as always, I realized this only when I lost this opportunity. I will definitely make sure that this does not happen again and do not care if I have to go against the nature of my aliens. Even if I have to sterilize them, I will do it. I hope the flowering will end soon, otherwise tomorrow is a full moon and I have to be in London to pick up Excalibur. Wow, you really are blooming. Ashley's voice had just woken up when she saw my renewed appearance. During the night I became taller and a little more massive in the shoulders. My arms have gotten bigger and have red spikes that I can use to get more seeds. My fingers got longer and changed color to yellow. And around my neck appeared something like a collar. Something like a tulip petal. The second stage of flowering has begun. There is one more left and I will finally be free. I said, continuing to work at the computer. Understandably. Where's the pizza you owe us? Ashley asked, rubbing her belly, which was clearly empty. Here. I said and pulled out from under the table 5 boxes of pizza that I hid from Nebula. Good boy. Ashley said with a smirk and kissed me on the lips, took one of the boxes. It seems to have made a compliment, but it seems to have offended, I involuntarily thought. Half an hour later, Grandpa woke up and we immediately continued on our way to Chicago, without even waiting for Gwen to wake up. Max really does not want to miss the concert of his favorite band. Chapter 135, 134. Road to Chicago. It took us a few more hours to drive all the way through the state of Arizona, and here we were in Colorado, where we stopped in a small parking lot to have a decent lunch. By the way, I remember. Lex, in a couple of days, Philadelphia is hosting the Junior Baseball National Championship Finals. Looks like the team from your school will be participating, right? Said Grandpa, distracting me from eating his next culinary masterpiece. It turns out that even if I'm in the form of a methanosian, his food does not become tastier. Sadness. Yes, last week they beat the team from New Jersey and reached the final. Nodding my head, I said, "Do you want to visit the championship? After all, they are students from your former school. It would be nice to cheer for them." Max asked. No, it doesn't make sense. First, because the guys on the team hate me. And second, because the final was cancelled. I said calmly. What? Cancelled? Why? Grandfather asked with surprise, adding a new batch of beetles to my plate. I told about it during the exposure of the Forever Knights. The team that the guys had to compete with in the finals consisted entirely of robots. The Knights started all this to try to replace the president, who was supposed to arrive at the championship finals, with an android double in order to gain more power in the country. I said, secretly handing over part of his portion to Nebula, who was under the table and ate these bugs with pleasure. Oh yes, exactly. You also said that the president was very angry about this. He also released a statement declaring the Forever Knights a terrorist organization and an enemy of the country, which is why the army and the FBI are so furiously catching all the members of the order throughout the country. Said Grandfather, throwing a menacing look at me when he noticed what I was doing under the table. Why do the members of the baseball team hate you? Ashley asked, joining the conversation. Because I refused to join their team. Which I answered, having stopped feeding Nebula so as not to anger my grandfather even more. Only? Ashley asked, not particularly impressed by the reason, as she also stopped doing the same thing under the table as I did. Lex is very good at sports, and while studying at school he was constantly involved in different sports, was in several clubs and participated in several championships. But he stubbornly refused to play baseball, and probably turned down invitations to join the club hundreds of times. One day, the team suffered a crushing defeat. The baseball players were sure that if Lex had been on the team, they wouldn't have lost. So, since then, they hate him fiercely. Gwen went into more detail as she secretly burned part of Grandpa's meal, violating the prohibition against using the power of the pyrokinesis tattoo. And I understand her very well. Truth? Ashley asked with interest. Yes. They even started mocking me and playing pranks on me. I said, and then added, actually, they soon stopped it when, for some mysterious reason, several players broke their arms. In accidents. Accidents, yeah, that's how it was, said Ashley with a smirk, who also met with similar people at school, because of her status as an outcast, and who answered her abusers in the same way. Still, most of these people are ordinary cowards, and if you fight back, they will immediately run away. Children, Max said, shaking his head, taking the dishes and putting them in the sink. Why didn't you want to join the baseball club? Ashley inquired. I just don't understand this sport. I didn't want to waste my time on things I don't care about. I love soccer more. I answered, stroking my tigress. Oh, that's how it is. Said Ashley, nodding, who started the whole conversation so as not to eat Max's dish, although this plan was not successful. What are your plans for today? Gwen asked, immediately pulling out her books on magic. Today we have to spend the whole day on the road, and tomorrow by lunchtime, I hope we will get to Chicago. Grandpa said as he sat in the driver's seat. And what is planned after this rock festival? Asked Ashley, who decided to start improving her matter manipulation skills while using the cover. Well, since we're not going to Philadelphia, then we're on our way to St. Louis, Missouri. Said Grandfather, showing a nostalgic smile, because this city is very important to him and Verdona. Oh yeah, Xylan should be here soon. I thought to myself, remembering the courier who delivered the Omnitrix to me. By the way, about plans. Grandpa, Tetrax should be arriving on Earth pretty soon. I said as I opened my laptop. Something happened? Grandfather asked, immediately alert. Not. But I promised to help him with his planet, so I'll have to fly away with him for a couple of days. I said. Okay, Tetrax is a good man and he deserves a chance to redeem himself from the past. Besides, it's a big deal, so you can go. Max thought for a moment. Hooray, we're going to space. Ashley screamed excitedly. I didn't say you could go with Tetrax too. Only Lex can. Max said sternly, looking menacingly at the girls. But Ashley tried to argue, but no one allowed her. No buts. Space is too dangerous a place. You are not ready yet. In an intolerant voice, said Grandpa, when we left the parking lot and went further along the route. Is Lex ready? Ashley asked angrily. I don't think so, but I trust him enough to let him go. Lex is strong enough to stand up for himself, plus, Tetrax will look after him. And do not forget that he will fly not to have fun, but to resurrect an entire race of aliens. For this, can take risks. Grandpa replied. Oh, okay, Ashley said, making a displeased face, who was nevertheless convinced by Grandpa's arguments. Don't worry, Ashley, we still have our whole lives ahead of us. We will have time to explore the entire universe. And not only this one. I promised with a smile, stroking the girl on the head. Okay. Ashley said happily, accepting my strokes, showing a beautiful smile. But if you leave Earth, what will happen to Victor? Asked Gwen, who also wanted to go with me, but she also accepted Grandpa's arguments. Well, I'm not leaving tomorrow, Tetrax will arrive only next month. I think by then we'll have dealt with Victor and his plan. Even if not, I think Tetrax will not mind waiting a couple of days. I said calmly. Understandably. Gwen said with a nod of her head. By the way, about Victor and his plan. We should call Wes and the Saturdays and tell them about our meeting with the mummy. Grandpa remembered. Don't worry, I already called Kai and Zach and told him everything. I even talked to Violet. It turned out that he knew Cthulhu, that was the name of that Tep Kuffin. He is indeed a loyal subordinate of Zskar and the son of Cthulhu, another loyal servant who is second in line to Victor and the leader of the Dagon cult. I said. Dagon? And here is the bad news, Grandpa said seriously. Who is this Dagon? Ashley asked with interest. A very powerful demon from another dimension that tried to take over our universe many centuries ago. Although this is only a legend, but if there is a cult in the Anner system dedicated to him, it seems to me that all this is not just. Max said. Grandpa, you forgot what world we live in. Of course, this legend is true. I said with a smile. Seriously? And what happened to this demon? Asked Gwen with interest, who actually loves stories like this. He was eventually defeated with a powerful weapon, but he was never defeated. Whoever inspired him sealed the demon and found it in order to ensure that the seal was never opened. Guess from 3 attempts exactly where the demon was sealed. I said with a grin. On the Earth. Gwen thought instantly. And that order. Is it the Forever Knights? Grandfather asked, obviously not knowing the ins and outs of these terrorists. Yes, I learned about it from the archives of the Knights when I captured part of the order. And the weapon that the founder of the order used was called Ascalon, and he was donated by a little gray man, like a frog coming from the stars. I quoted a little from Sir George's notes, which Kay found yesterday when she checked the castle, where they are now located, and sent them to me this morning. Galvin. Grandpa understood instantly. I will say more, it was Azimuth, the creator of the Omnitrix. Ascalon was his first greatest invention, which he entrusted to mankind in order to get rid of Dagon, who threatened the entire universe. I said. Wow, what a coincidence. How small the world is, it turns out, Grandfather said in amazement. Wait, what about the seal? Gwen asked. Well, since the world hasn't been taken over by an interdimensional demon yet, it still hasn't been opened. True, and the place where it is located is unknown. Probably under one of the Forever Knights' castles, but they did build a lot of them. I said. You can't leave this demon just like that. It will be necessary to deal with him, so that no idiots will let him out. Ashley said belligerently. That's true, of course, but I don't think we can do anything right now. At a minimum, we need to get Ascalon, and only then we will think about what to do. In the meantime, I'll find the seal and make sure it's safe so that, as you said, no idiots let Dagon out. I said with a shrug. That's good, it's better not to leave it to chance. Gwen agreed with me, and then understanding something quickly said, wait, but if Dagon is sealed on Earth, and there is a cult leader of this demon in ZS Scare's entourage, does this mean that this is why ZS Scare targeted our planet and so wants to capture it? I never thought about it that way. I muttered, and after a little thought, I said, no, it's still unlikely. I understand ZS Scare personality well and don't think he does what he does for Dagon. Rather, he does it for his own ambitions. I think he planned to take over the Earth precisely for the sake of obtaining the Omnitrix and continuing his expansion to other solar systems. But the fact that there really is a high-ranking cultist of Dagon in his entourage is also hardly a coincidence. Do you think this Cthulhu serves ZS Scare because he wants to use his plans for himself and ultimately free Dagon? Max asked, understanding my train of thought. I don't know, but this is the most logical option. Although, Tep Kufin, whom we recently met, was indeed personally devoted to ZS Scare and did not even know about any Dagon. So, this is just speculation. But one thing is clear, I said, raising my index finger. We need to prevent ZS Scare's plan from succeeding and Dagon's seal from being opened. The fate of not only our planet, but the entire universe depends on this. Ashley finished pompously. Right. Still, it is unlikely that other than us, someone else can do it. Moreover, we are kind of like heroes and this is our job. I said with a smile. By the way, about the heroes. Looks like a job has arrived for your part. Max said loudly, pointing to the highway where the police chase took place, apparently for a stolen cash-in-transit car. It's my turn to have some fun. I said, stopping Gwen and Ashley, who were about to go after the hijackers. I didn't listen to any objections. I put on a suit and jumped out of the hatch onto the roof of the bus. Deciding not to use any of Swampfire's abilities, but only the capabilities of the cloth, I fired the black cords forward and, clinging to the overpass, I jumped down and flew forward like Spider-Man. A few similar pirouettes later, I caught up with the cash-in-transit car and jumped right onto its roof. Having created for more harnesses, I wrapped them around the wheels, which immediately blocked, and now, the car flew forward by inertia. Quickly tying the car with a few more ribbons, I stopped it and hung it over another overpass. For all of the above, it took me only a couple of seconds and now the robbers are stopped. Oh, what people! It's hard being a wanted criminal, isn't it? What, have you already stooped to robbery to get at least some money? Seeing that the 4 rank and file Forever Knights were the ones who stole the car, I asked. You! The one behind the wheel exclaimed aggressively, but I quickly knocked him out with a punch, as well as 3 of his friends. Having removed all the harnesses, I carefully released the cash-in-transit vehicle to the ground, where the police were already waiting, and quickly flew back to the bus so that no one could see where I had gone. After I returned, the girls had already begun to go about their business, and grandfather was focused on the road. I left them alone, and taking my laptop, I continued to work on my virtual world in Bleach, as I called Gilbert's Cure, as we continued on to Illinois. Chapter 136, 135. Rockfest. July 26, 2010. Yesterday turned out to be very busy with all sorts of criminals that we met along the way. After I stopped those Forever Knights, we ran into bank robbers who were running from the police, then there were pyromaniacs, who we had time to stop before they set fire to the whole forest, after we met real terrorists. Too many criminals for one day, but we neutralized them all, handed them over to the police and went on to Chicago. And despite the fact that the girls and I were constantly distracted, last night we managed to drive through Nebraska and Iowa, and reached Illinois. After spending the night at the next campsite, we had breakfast and hit the road. Overnight, my appearance changed and reached the last stage of methanogen flowering. I got even bigger. For some reason my skin color took on a brighter green tint, and the red spikes on my arms that appeared yesterday grew even bigger and turned yellow at the base. Most of all, my head has changed, which has acquired a more floral and at the same time masculine look. The final touch was the collar, which increased in size and encircled my head. Looks pretty stylish. And although this is the last stage, the Omnitrix has not been unlocked, so I have to continue to live in this guise and wait for this punishment to end. At least for the fact that I cannot go according to my plans, I have been diligently engaged in designing my world, and I must say, I have made good progress in this. Although, this will take a lot of time. I also had enough time to think about the future and decide what should be done next. Ah, I remembered. Ashley exclaimed loudly, distracting me from work, Gwen from practicing magic, and Grandpa from driving. What? I immediately asked. Kenko's armor is also made of metal. What happens if I absorb it? Ashley asked patiently, watching me in anticipation. Now I'm curious too. Here you are. I said curiously as I took out a piece of armor and handed it over to Ashley. Luckily, even though I don't use magic, I can still use my dimensional ring. Although, it is not as easy as before. Well, Ashley muttered as she absorbed the purple metal. And? Gwen asked with interest, watching the purple Ashley. It's not clear yet, Ashley began to say, but stopped when she noticed that her arm was stretching down on its own. Putting her hand back in place, Ashley began to try again to do this trick again, but instead her legs swelled into a puddle and she fell to the ground. When she managed to gather herself back, Ashley began to try to take control of her body, which she quickly succeeded in, and she began to play with her changeable body. You are rubber. Gwen concluded as she watched Ashley's manipulations. Yeah, I can stretch my body as much as I want, like it's made of rubber, but if I lose concentration, I'll lose a stable shape. It's harder than usual, but I think if I practice, I'll get used to it. Ashley said with a smile as her hair began to involuntarily pull down. Given the metamorphic properties of this metal, I expected something like this. This material is great for your collection. It has the properties of rubber, but remains a metal. This is much better than using regular rubber, which has many weaknesses. Thinking a little, I said. And besides, it's a lot of fun. Ashley said happily, playing with her outstretched hands to the ground. Yes, very. I said awkwardly, and then added, if you want to understand what your rubber body is capable of, I advise you to read manga and comics. This will open your eyes to how powerful this ability is. Okay, Ashley said, practically ignoring my words as she was now trying to curl up into a ball, which she somehow managed to do. Grandfather, do we still have a long way to go? I asked loudly, ignoring Ashley's frills, in this case, literally. There are only a couple of hours left. Max replied. Okay, so that's enough time, I muttered as I started my new project, codenamed Watchtower. 2 hours later. Finally we arrived, Gwen said with a sigh. Yeah, the road seemed too long that time, agreed Ashley, who had finally stopped playing with the new metal. And I'm still an alien, I said displeasedly, not feeling the same joy as the girls. It's okay, but we can have fun at rock festivals. My favorite band's concert is tomorrow, so today we can walk all day and see what this festival has to offer. Grandfather said enthusiastically, for some reason putting on a denim vest with stripes. But I'm an alien, I reminded once more. Oh, yes, people are not used to the fact that an alien can walk nearby. They will be afraid of you realizing why I am so dissatisfied, Grandfather said embarrassedly. So you have to sit on the bus until you become human? Ashley asked sympathetically. It turns out that it is. I could create a massaging projector to hide my appearance, but it would take too long without the help of my aliens, I said with a sigh, laying my head on the table. What about this spell? Gwen suggested, showing me one of the books Hope had given her that I had never read. Henge no Jutsu? Seriously? After reading the description of the spell, I involuntarily asked. Yes, it's an ancient Japanese spell. If you roll it up, then a thin shell of magic will appear around the body, which can be given the appearance of any person and disguised. Although, this shell itself is fragile and easy to dispel, so you have to be careful. Gwen said enthusiastically, obviously not understanding the reason for my surprise. Okay, do your magic. I said, deciding not to pay attention to the next oddities of this world. Okay. Although, the incantation is in Japanese and I'm not sure about the pronunciation, but... Henge no jutsu, Gwen said, after which she cast the spells. Everything worked as it should, and a pink mist poured out of Gwen's hands, which quickly enveloped my body. And when he disappeared, I was already in my human form, but it was only an appearance, because I am still Swamp Fire. A useful spell, I'll have to read those books too, I thought as I looked at my human hands. Well, since this problem is sorted out, let's go have fun. Grandpa said with a smile as he put on a goofy-looking sunglasses. That's who will definitely have fun at this festival. I'm hungry, let's go find some festival food. Jumping out of the bus, offering Ashley. We can also look at the souvenirs that are sold here. Gwen said with equal enthusiasm, following Ashley. I'm sure you'll like it here. When I was young, I often attended such events. They leave unforgettable impressions. Finally building a rocker hairstyle, Max said, also leaving the bus and leaving me alone. Why such enthusiasm? I asked myself, also leaving the bus. By the way, before I forget. Morgana? I said as I took out my phone. What's wrong, dear? The AI asked with a smile. If my memory serves me, this festival was supposed to be a meteorological robot with artificial intelligence. Could you take care of him? I said softly. Does he pose a danger? Morgana asked seriously. I'm not sure, but it's better to be safe than sorry. If nothing happens, we will then return it to the owner. Although, artificial intelligence in the hands of a person does not lead to anything good, so you will need to make sure that it never gets out of control. I said, not paying attention to the fact that my words sound hypocritical. Alright, I'll capture him and lock him in cyberspace. Then you decide what to do with him. Morgana said readily, not paying attention to the fate of her brother. Then you can take the drone and use it to find the robot. I said, taking out the drone I had left. Don't be bored, darling. Morgana said flirtatiously and seized control of the drone and flew away to look for the evil weather robot. Although, he doesn't have to be evil yet. Well, never mind. For the next couple of hours, we walked around the festival separately and did not even meet. Grandpa met his old friends, with whom he was apparently in the same rock band during his school days. I think I even saw Mr. Grandsmith. Gwen was hanging out with some girls who seemed to know about magic, and what did they just forget here, and Ashley was busy participating in various food-eating contests. And where does so much climb into she? I didn't get bored either, and I accidentally met musicians from Australia. They were actually aliens in disguise from another galaxy, with whom I had a good time. They seemed to realize that I was also in disguise and thought I was a rock fan from another planet like them, so we quickly hit it off. I did not try to convince them of this conclusion, and calmly communicated with them, as they turned out to be very interesting interlocutors, because they were several centuries old. These guys had a lot of interesting stories. They even started to teach me how to play the guitar, which I wanted to learn for a very long time, but was not up to it. Unfortunately, they belong to the Kalkin race, which do not have any outstanding abilities other than their longevity, so I did not take their DNA, although this did not overshadow my pastime. Just as I was checking in to see how the others were doing, I got a call from Hope, which I immediately answered as I was wondering how she was doing. Hey, Hope. How are you? I asked with a smile, having missed my little wife. Hey. It's great, although I miss you so much. Hope said happily. I miss you too. Well, what's new? I asked. The translation of those pages is ready, and I've finished researching that sphere, although I'm still not sure what it is. It will be better if you look at the results yourself. Hope said. Well, if nothing interferes, I'll be with you tomorrow. I said. Lex, Hope said softly. Yes? What happened? I asked quickly, feeling the concern in the girl's voice. Uncle Hex has returned, the Charmcaster replied. Did he do something? I asked seriously, preparing for the worst. That's just the point, no, the girl answered uncertainly. And what does it mean? I asked incredulously. Uncle showed up at the castle door 2 days ago. He did not even try to get inside, but simply asked to listen to him. Of course, I expected some kind of catch, but he was completely different, Hope said. Different? I asked with interest. Like before. When he wasn't Hesk yet, Hope said, not believing herself. Are you sure? Yes. Plus, he showed up in a normal suit and got rid of his stupid tattoo. Hope said quickly. Wow, I said involuntarily, knowing full well that this didn't sound like Hex. Exactly. I had the same reaction. The girl replied. And what did he want? I asked with interest. He asked for forgiveness. He said that being on the verge of death in Null Void helped him rethink his life and realize that his behavior was terrible. He especially regrets the way he treated me, Hope said uncertainly. Well, he's obviously exaggerating. He wasn't on the verge of death. At most half alive, I thought at first, and then asked, so what, in the end? He apologized for everything, what happened in the past. Uncle decided to change his life and discard all stupid thoughts about omnipotence and revenge, and decided that he should do what my mother would like. That is, take care of me. He said that he understands that forgiveness will be difficult to earn, but he will do everything possible to atone for his mistakes, no matter how long it takes. And first of all, he gave me a castle, Hope said. And where is he now? I asked. Gone. Uncle said he found a teaching job at Friedkin University near Bellwood. He lives there now. He is waiting for me, in the hope that I will find the strength in myself to talk to him again, Hope said, with audible sadness in her voice. And? What do you think? Was he pretending? I asked seriously. I don't know. It didn't look like a lie. But it's Hex, who knows what he's thinking, Hope said sadly. But you hope that everything he said is true. I guessed. Certainly. He's still my uncle. I would like him to be the same even despite all that he has done, said the Charmcaster honestly. Let's visit him tomorrow, then, and make sure that he really has changed. I said after a little thought. Are you sure? Hope asked hopefully. Yes. Better if we find out all at once than to guess in vain. Besides, it's important to you. I said with a smile. Thank you. I love you. My girlfriend said with joy in her voice. I love you too. We'll make sure tomorrow. I said sincerely. Till tomorrow. I'm waiting for you. Hope said and hung up. I drawled, not knowing what to think about the new information. It was unexpected. Okay, better than worrying now, I'll find out everything myself tomorrow, I thought, and went back to the alien rockers. Chapter 137, 136. Excalibur. Finally, I thought with relief as I heard the Omnitrix's signal that it was ready to go again. Sorry guys, but I have some urgent business. Thank you for teaching me how to play the guitar. I said to my new alien friends as I stepped out of their tent. Contact me, buddy, we are always happy to show new friends the greatness of rock. With a cheeky smile said a guy named Dave, who was dressed as David Bowie. Don't forget to come to our concert tomorrow. Recalled his friend, named John, who looked like a young Michael Jackson. They are clearly very bad with conspiracy, they could have chosen more original names. Necessarily. Till tomorrow. I finally said and went towards our bus. When I was sure that no one could see me, I took great pleasure in ripping off the cloaking shell of magic. Reappearing in the image of the swamp fire, who at last matured, I became a man in the first few days. "Oh, I missed you so much," I involuntarily said, examining my human form, which this time was not fake. "I never want to be stuck as an alien form again," I said decisively, involuntarily clenching my fist. After a quick check of the Omnitrix, I was convinced that it was working properly, and there were no more failures. Actually, as with the magic, that returned to me in full force. Just in time, I thought, noticing that it was now 14:57. Considering that the difference with the UK is 6 hours, it should be nearly 9 o'clock in London by now. And today is July 26, full moon day. The perfect moment I'd been waiting for to pick up Excalibur. Wasting no time, I turned into a portaler and opened a portal to Victoria Tower. To prevent anyone from seeing my machinations, since I don't want to attract the attention of the government, who would certainly want to get their hands on the legendary sword, I used a powerful spell that, if translated, would mean illusion of normality. The effect of this spell allows to create a dome that will cover a certain area and hide from the usual muggles everything that happens inside. Since I didn't want to interfere with traffic, I domed the Thames and only part of the Victoria Tower in Big Ben, where the clones, at my command, placed both eyepieces that I found in fake graves a week ago. Just when the clock struck 9 o'clock in the evening and the full moon appeared in the sky, the magic began. Moonlight struck directly on both eyepieces, from which two concentrated beams flew out, which connected at one point, right in the center of the river, not far from Westminster Bridge. The beam apparently activated some kind of hidden mechanism, and a stone crypt began to rise from the bottom of the river, where the sword should be hidden, and its first owner, Arthur Pendragon himself, is buried. Leaving the clones to look after the area so that no one bothered me, I jumped off the bridge on which I watched all this lunar show, and flew up to the crypt, which I immediately entered after making sure that there were no traps. The inside was not exactly what I expected. It was clearly an ancient place that had been underwater for a very long time, but the whole entourage was spoiled by copper pipes that were attached to the walls. It appears to be part of the steampunk mechanism that the Forever Knights installed centuries ago to hide this crypt. After passing through a thick iron door that protected this place from water, I found myself in an unremarkable stone room, where the main mechanism was located, as well as the very sword in the stone. For a legendary sword wielded by fellow legendary figures, it looked unimpressive, I would even say too simple. This sword is easily confused with a regular two-handed sword. Although, perhaps there is some hidden meaning in this. Just as I thought, I said with a smile as I tried to pull the sword out of the stone but failed. "So you don't think I'm worthy?" I asked the sword, not even trying to use force to draw it out, because I knew it was useless. "Well, as if I care," I said, and turned into a ghost freak to take advantage of his intangibility and draw the sword without damaging the stone. I don't know what this stone is made of, but it's absurdly strong. I may be able to break it, but who knows what damage I will cause to the environment, so it's better not to risk it again. Intangibility is the safest option. "Heck," I said in displeasure when I felt the pain from touching the hilt of the sword. "It seems to have a negative effect on the Ectonurites." Well, it's not for nothing that it's a holy sword. Just right for killing ghosts. "How about this?" I muttered intently, covering my hand with armament mana to protect myself from the negative impact. This time, I was able to touch the sword without any problems, and I even began to manage to make it intangible, but with great difficulty. This thing obviously didn't want me to pull it out. As I saw progress, I started to try harder and even covered all my power with armament mana, which seemed to be the decisive fact, and it finally became completely intangible, and I was able to pull sword out from stone. Worthy, not worthy, what the hell difference does it make? The smartass always win. I said with a satisfied smile as I looked at the sword, which despite its size weighed over a ton. "Well, what can you do?" I asked, turning into a human. As if they heard me, the sword itself and the stone in which it was enclosed shone with a bright light, after which the sound of breaking glass was heard, and the stone fell apart into pieces. The sword began to weigh as much as an ordinary sword should weigh. Was it some kind of charms? So now I'm worthy to use you? Noticing that the stone had become ordinary, I again turned to the sword, and again it seemed to hear me. After another flash of light, I did not have a steel two-handed sword in my hands, but an alien-looking small blaster, which very much resembled the weapon used by Rook in the Omniverse. So it's a proto-tool? I asked in surprise when I saw the true appearance of the legendary Excalibur. And very ancient. Perhaps the first prototype? Continuing to inspect the instrument, I noticed that it was larger than the one that Rook used in this series and had quite a few scuffs, apparently from the fact that it was used a lot in the past. But I also feel magic, I muttered, clearly feeling the mana emanating from the weapon. Maybe he's been enchanted? So what do we have? This is clearly an ancient proto-tool, most likely created on Galvan Prime, as will future versions. As is usually the case, he accidentally ended up on Earth, where he was found by a random person who used him for conquest. Perhaps it was King Arthur. And considering the mana, it can be assumed that the same Merlin had a hand in it, which made the weapon a mixture of magic and high technology. I guessed to myself. And this is the perfect weapon for me, I added aloud, looking at the proto-tool with delight. I've been thinking about creating something like this for a long time, since it's too time-consuming and actually pointless to make for each of my aliens their own weapons. I don't really need a weapon, but it's always nice to have one just in case. And although I have the Tetraman sword, which I made myself, and the Yekshouj dagger, in general, are also powerful and useful weapons, which I honestly completely forgot about, they are clearly inferior to weapons that can change at the will of the owner and take on any form, from cold weapons to firearms, and even to a banal vacuum cleaner and fishing rod. And do not forget that my proto-tool was enhanced by magic, and who knows what secrets it still hides. Although, do you work at all? I involuntarily asked, realizing that I was not even convinced of this. As if offended, the proto-tool began to randomly change against my will, starting to turn into various kinds of weapons: a sword, an axe, a spear, a bow, a shield, a pistol, a kind of machine gun and a sniper rifle, even a yo-yo and a boomerang. That's enough, I understand. You're doing a great job. I said to stop this crazy Excalibur. Again reacting to my words, the proto-instrument stopped going crazy, which made me draw a logical conclusion. So you are alive? The proto-instrument that returned the appearance of an ordinary steel sword vibrated slightly, which clearly indicated that he had a mind. And what else did Merlin add to that sword? I involuntarily complained, although I have no evidence that the wizard was to blame. So you're my new partner? I asked, at the living proto-instrument. Having received another vibration in response, I was convinced that the sword had a mind of its own, although not at the level of an adult. Rather, it looks like a devoted dog. Well, as I understand it, you recognized me, and now you are my weapon? I raised my sword for the last time. Having received another vibration, since there is no other way for this proto-instrument to communicate, I nodded my head and said, well. You will be useful to me in my future battles. I'll call you Cal, otherwise Excalibur is too long. Having beamed a little, showing his joy, Cal turned into a small medallion with a chain, which I immediately put on my neck. Convenient, but will have to be tested in battle. I thought as I looked at the dragon head medallion, most likely in honor of the Pendragon family. So, I seem to have finished here. I completely forgot. I said aloud, remembering that I completely forgot to do something very important with this proto-tool. Taking a piece of the mummy's bandage out of the ring, I let the Omnitrix scan it to gain access to Tepkuffin's transformation. Whenever the analysis was over, I destroyed the bandage, just in case. After that, I turned into my 60s some kind of alien. I'm already confused myself, to be honest, the real thoughts of the author. After the flash of light, I turned into a typical member of the mummy race, and I looked almost the same as the one we recently met. The only difference was, as always, the Omnitrix symbol appeared and the blue glow between the bandages. Plus, my new medallion, which still remained on the neck. This is a rather useful and strong alien, although it has a fatal weakness to fire. But its agility and survivability certainly outweigh its weaknesses. Although, frankly, this alien on its own is not particularly impressive, just a version of the wild and made up of bandages, but if you add freshly obtained cloth to this mixture, get a terrible combination. By my will, the cloth escaped from my body and completely enveloped the Shero body, perfectly repeating his figure. Now, I was completely black, which made this character not only more intimidating, but also more deadly. Shooting out of my hand with my fingers at the wall, I easily broke through it. Having frolicked a little in this way, I almost completely destroyed the inside of the mound, because of which it slowly began to sink. Quickly getting out, I returned to the bridge, where I began to watch the end of the Excalibur vault. I didn't come here for nothing. I think now this is my most resistant alien, which, moreover, can use the full potential of the cloth, I muttered, looking at my black bandages. So, where should I go next according to the plan? Becoming a man and dispelling my clones, along with the dome that covered the area, I muttered, remembering what I need to do first after 2 days of not being able to use the Omnitrix. I think we should first look into the cave, I said in the end, after which I moved to the former secret base of the plumbers in Bellwood. Chapter 138, 137. Research results. Well, Morgana, let's start working, I said with a smile as I sat down at my work computer in the cave. Of course, dear. Morgana's projection said with a smile as she opened the files I'd been working on for the past couple of days. These couple of days were enough for me to fully study the results of the Explore of the Mr. Hyde formula, and I think that Morgana and I successfully managed to create its enhanced equivalent, which makes the transformation into a human-alien hybrid permanent, while maintaining a human appearance and providing the racial skills of the selected race. Frankly, I was tempted to create such a serum based on Alan X's DNA in order to gain almost omnipotence, but I decided not to risk it. Especially since I'm unlikely to succeed. Still, the celestial sapiens are the highest race of this world, literally gods, and I don't think that some kind of serum created by a mad scientist from Earth will be enough to recreate and maintain such power. However, I think I have an idea of what Jekyll's serum, temporary title, might be useful for. Since I now have a whole faction of Forever Knights under my control, I thought that they would need an additional boost in the form of turning into a hybrid. As practice has shown, ordinary people, even those with advanced technologies, can do little against a truly powerful alien. And since in the future I want to entrust the protection of the Earth to my new subordinates, I will be calmer if my knights have superpowers. Of course, I'm not going to just create an army of super soldiers. We all know where this can lead, especially since, in fact, this is exactly what Vilgax wants to achieve. To get a dose of Jekyll's serum, my knights will have to work hard, shedding rivers of sweat and tears. Although, I think my 5 forever ninjas have already earned this opportunity. This is to serve as a reward and my thanks for choosing me as their king. In addition, it will serve as a good incentive for others. True, before building such Napoleonic plans, it is worth synthesizing the Jekyll serum, since so far it has been created only virtually. I think we can create a stockpile of the Mr. Hyde formula. What if one day I need an army and I can turn a bunch of people into hybrids that will lose their power when their help is no longer needed? Anything can happen in life. Ah, I still have my serum based on the blood of aliens, which I haven't perfected yet, I muttered, remembering my first experiment. I don't really need it anymore, since the keystone and magic are enough for me, but I think it can be adapted. I thought, opening up my research and noticing that my past problems with this serum could possibly be solved by the same corrodium. How funny. It seems that Dr. Jekyll and I used the same method, but came up with completely different results. I came up with a general boosting serum made from the blood of certain aliens, and he came up with a formula, basically, temporarily turning him into a monster, as he used whatever blood he could get his hands on. I unconsciously muttered as I read Jekyll's research I found in his lab. Although, everything worked out for him only thanks to corrodium, but me everything worked anyway. Not perfect, but it worked. But this corrodium is unusual, I continued to talk to myself, turning into a Shero, thanks to which I can safely work with this mineral. Having created a magic dome around me so that the radiation would not saturate the entire cave, I took out one of the fragments of corrodium and carefully broke off several pieces, which I ground into dust and already sent it to the analyzer. Locking the corrodium in a protected area, I cleared the air with a spell and sat back down in my seat, waiting for Morgana to finish her analysis. Since we already had a lot of data and assumptions about corrodium, the analysis only took 20 minutes. Comparing the results just obtained and the results of research hide formula, I saw exactly what I expected, which is why I unconsciously muttered. Yeah, as I thought. As you know, corrodium has a very negative effect on the DNA of living beings, literally causing explosive mutations, which are completely unpredictable. But it looks like Dr. Jekyll has figured out a way to make this mutation more controllable and steer it in the direction he wants. And the answer, oddly enough, is even more radiation. Apparently, Jekyll went so far as to irradiate corrodium with X-rays in his experiments, and this helped him to, shall we say, stabilize the mineral and combine it with the rest of the serum. This updated corrodium not only made the previously failed formula work, but also improved it several times. Although, it is strange that all the excess radiation from the serum has long disappeared, Morgana accidentally found residual traces, and then only when I asked her to check it a second time, but the formula works as before and no side effects appeared, despite the fact that the formula I found lay in that laboratory for more than a century. I wanted to verify everything for myself and see how it would affect my serum, so I decided to repeat the Jekyll method, albeit in a slightly different way. I have one alien that can use radiation, so after taking everything I needed for the experiment, I went to the safe room. Yes, there is one here, it's just that before I was too lazy to go there. Having completely isolated the room, I turned into NRG and left the bulky armor that protected the world from the radiation emitted by this alien. Picking up another corrodium crystal, I began to intensely saturate it with my radiation. After a couple of minutes, the first reaction appeared, and the color of the crystal began to slowly change from purple to pure white. It looks like the cleansing is going well. After another 20 minutes, I ran out of energy and the crystal completely changed. After processing it into a powder to make it easier to use, I put it in another safe container, after which I cleared the room and returned to the main laboratory. Too much actions. Morgana, is the serum ready? I asked as I walked over to the computer. Yes, I synthesized it from the DNA samples I have of the same aliens, said Morgana, bringing a new batch of Omni-enhanced serum out of the fabricator. Come on, let's try, I muttered as I added some altered corrodium powder to the vial of serum, after I had secured everything, of course. As soon as the powder got into the serum, it boiled and began to intensely shimmer with all the colors of the rainbow, until the vessel itself exploded, but fortunately I expected something like that and managed to surround the entire liquid with a small sphere, in which I enclosed the serum. When any external reaction was over, I poured the serum into a new vessel and sent it to the analyzer to see the changes. All the radiation is gone. And the serum has completely stabilized and now it can be safely used by anyone. In addition, the effect increased 4 times. I muttered when I saw the result. I used to not be able to give this serum to Gwen and Ashley, firstly, because it was dangerous for everyone except me, and secondly, because they are still growing and this could affect their development. But now, I think they can be given serum. It won't be redundant. Although, it depends on their choice, I thought, making a few Omni-enhanced serums plus just in case. And now, the most interesting. What happens when you combine Hyde formula, Jekyll serum and my serum plus? Morgana, start the virtual calculation. I ordered, wanting to see the result. Wait a minute. Done, said Morgana, and having made all the necessary calculations, deriving a new formula. Wow, I said involuntarily, realizing that I had accidentally created something revolutionary. With this, the need for the Omnitrix will completely disappear, I said, not fully believing what I saw. Not too early for that. I have not yet fully realized my plans with this Omnitrix, Alpha Forms, Ultimatrix and Biomnitrix. I must first finish with this, and only then move on to this formula, which will be the finale of all my research. Shaking my head, I thought. Honey, it's not so rosy. Look at this part of the formula. Morgana caught my attention, magnifying the problematic part on the screen. Yes, you are right. If you use it in this state, then a real disaster will happen. It looks like one more unknown detail is missing to complete the whole picture. I said, noticing that the connection of the 3 serums didn't go as smoothly as I thought. Well, that's good. I still have a lot of time to find the answer, otherwise this thing would only distract me. I said with relief, also thinking, it's even scary to imagine what will happen if this formula falls into the wrong hands. Morgana, remove her to hell. When we find the 4th component, we will return to her, but for now this forbidden information. I said seriously, not wanting to risk it. As you say, dear, Morgana said with a smile, and destroyed something that could lead to the death of the entire universe, and I'm not exaggerating. Okay, that's sorted out. It remains only to buy all the necessary ingredients, and it will be possible to synthesize a supply of Hyde formula and Jekyll serum. And it will be possible to make personal serums for Kay, Ewain, Bors, Lamorak and Bedivere. I thought as I leaned back in my chair. How is the creation of bleach going? I asked my dear assistant. I think everything is ready, it remains only to obtain the blood of the Techadonian and conduct the final test. Morgana announced, displaying a special formula based on the invention of Dr. Jekyll, but having the exact opposite effect. That's good, but I think we need to finish these 3 first. I said, turning my chair and looking at the circus freak trio, who had been in cryopods for several weeks now. Do you think bleach will help them? Morgana asked. Well, if we can identify absolutely all of their mutations and program the bleach to destroy them, then most likely yes. But they are unlikely to survive it. In addition, we need to deal with the remnants of corrodium, which is also unpleasant, given how deep he penetrated them. I said after some thought. And what will you do? I will cure them, of course. I promised. I said calmly, and then added, although, they will not become ordinary people. In order for them to survive all the procedures, you will have to give them an Omni-Enchanted Serum Plus. I was hoping to cure them and let them go so they wouldn't be my problem anymore, but now with the new powers from the serum, I'll have to keep an eye on them to make them even more trouble than before. I thought with displeasure, because I knew that this was the only way and the serum itself could not be removed from the body, because I took care of it in advance and now I regret it. Okay, once I get down to business, I need to finish it. Isolate all of their mutations that need to be removed. I said and got up from my chair and got to work. First, I dismantled the cryocapsules and replaced them with stimulating healing flasks, into which I immediately placed the bodies, so far freaks. The flasks themselves I filled with healing mucus, which can be excreted by Dr. Fatty. It is perfect for this situation, as it will be able to maintain the bodies of the freaks during the change. Then, I gave all 3 of them in turn injections with strong sleeping pills and painkillers so that they would not wake up and their pain would be less. And it will be very painful, because it is a restructuring of the whole organism. And in the end, I only introduced the bleach synthesized especially for them and immediately added Serum Plus to keep them alive. It will take time, but I think they will be fine, I said. I saw that all 3 began to convulse, which means that everything is working. So they have to spend about 2 more weeks. Okay, then I'll go to the underground city for ingredients and blood. I'll be back soon, don't miss it. I said loudly and, turning into ultraviolet, ran away from the cave to go shopping. I never thought that everything would be so serious. It would seem a common cold, but everything almost came to the amputation of several fingers. Don't ask how it all turned out this way, I'm still in shock myself, but most importantly, I finally recovered and can return to writing again. Although, I'm still not quite in shape, but the most important thing is that a start has been made and the next chapter will be released on Thursday. I sincerely apologize that I was gone for so long, but it didn't depend on me and you can't imagine how much I missed it, but the most important thing is that I really returned and I'm not going to quit this job. Chapter 139, 138. Moon Base. I knew roughly where to find the alien medicinal herbs and other ingredients I needed, so I quickly bought everything I needed. I also found a Techadonian who was selling his inventions on the market, and quietly put him to sleep, took some of his blood, and then left as if nothing had happened. Unfortunately, I learned one unpleasant thing while shopping. The aliens are afraid of me. More precisely, the Legion. For some reason, they think I'm a terrible xenophobe and hate all aliens. When I arrived at the market in the form of an alien, everyone immediately recognized me because of the symbol of the Omnitrix, and a real panic began. The aliens seriously thought that I had come to kill them all. It was an embarrassing moment. When I wanted to make it clear that I would not do anything to anyone, no one even listened to me, because everyone fled from me in horror. To prevent this from turning into a mass escape of aliens, I had to leave, and then return in the form of a slug, disguised as a random alien and hiding the clock symbol. To be honest, it is not clear why I would have such a reputation, because in fact, from aliens, I fought only with Vilgax and his army. And as far as I remember from the words of Tetrax, Vilgax is not very well liked in the galaxy. To be afraid, of course, but not like. Although, of course, there was also a battle with Vulcanus and 6-6, but they are known criminals and I don't think the decent aliens have any business with them. It's quite possible that someone is spreading bad rumors about me. Although, I'm not up to it now, but I will have to solve this problem, because I don't want the good aliens to be afraid of me. I am not a xenophobe at all, but on the contrary, sometimes I like some aliens even more than people. The same Tetrax is a great guy. Probably, it will be necessary to act as heroes not only on the surface, but also in the underground city. If I save a couple of aliens, then at least it will show that I do not wish them anything bad. With these thoughts in mind, I finally finished buying everything on the list that Morgana gave me, after which I returned to the cave and continued to work. It took me only 20 minutes to synthesize the hide formula, since now I had everything I needed, including the powder from the improved corrodium, but I had to tinker with the Jekyll serum. As I said before, my Jekyll serum can permanently turn an ordinary person into a human-alien hybrid, while providing only racial skills, not appearance. In general, like most real half-breeds. Although, this does not work with all types of aliens and this serum can only be used once, only with one race. So you have to choose wisely. Well, of course, it cannot be used on those who are already half an alien, otherwise it will be certain death. To complete the synthesized serum, you need to add the blood extract of the alien whose powers you want to receive. Since I want to give the serum to my forever ninja, I had to think for a long time about the abilities that would suit them. Suitable for combat, but not too powerful or complex to make them easier to master, and ones that won't be a problem for me if things don't go well. After thinking and weighing all the pros and cons, I decided to create a Jekyll serum based on the blood of Pyronite, Sandarian, Kaskan, Antarxis, and Nosidian, to respectively grant the powers of fire, sand, water, ice, and electricity. I think the elemental forces are the most suitable, quite simple, and the least dangerous, although useful. Let them decide for themselves who gets what powers, I muttered as I finished the gift for the ninja. When that was done, I also created some, so to speak, empty Jekyll serums so that I could quickly create a ready-made version with the power of a suitable alien, if the situation required it. After I put the result of my work today into my inventory, I set about creating a cure for Gilbert. Since I already had everything prepared, I only processed the blood of the Techadonian, and the bleach, created specifically for the former artisan, was ready. I did not hesitate and immediately administered the medicine to the guy and transferred him to the Bacta tank, a capsule with Dr. Fatty's healing mucus, and connected a dropper with nutrients, as a serious restructuring of the body awaits him. Since, unlike the situation with the Circus Freege trio, this medicine was created specifically for him to remove the alien part from his DNA, there were no problems and side effects and everything worked successfully. Didn't even need my Omni-Enhanced Serum Plus. This is of course a painful procedure, but as long as Gilbert is unconscious, he does not care. It will take about a month for all the changes to take effect, and he becomes a full-blooded human. After that, I will let him go and see what he will do with his second chance, which I gave him. Hope, all this work will not be meaningless. Okay, finally done with this. What's up with the search for the alpha gene? I asked Morgana, stretching a little. By the beginning of next month, everything will be ready. Morgana replied. Well, that's cool. I'll have time to deal with Victor and go on a mission with Tetrax. After that, the real work will begin. I said with a smile, noticing that it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. By the way, did you catch Sam? I asked, remembering the meteorological robot whose AI I had asked to disable Morgana. Yes, although he certainly resisted, but what could OM do against the magnificent me? It's already locked up and won't be able to get out of cyberspace until you give the command. Morgana said proudly, turning up her virtual nose. Good. Then, in order to distract its creator from the sudden disappearance of his invention, arrange for him a place as a meteorologist on some major channel. His dream will come true and he will no longer be up to Sam. I said, deciding on a good thing for Vance Betteroy and also distract him. Everything will be for the best, love. Morgana said coquettishly, starting to complete my task, most likely through bribing the right people. I didn't expect anything else. Okay, time to go do some other business before it's too late. I said, getting up from my seat. Good luck. Morgana said in the end, when I teleported to the moon. I came here to find an intergalactic communication system created by the plumbers, which is now abandoned. In fact, it was built shortly before the first victory over Vilgax, and was never used for its intended purpose. When the plumbers left Earth, they just left this brand new lunar base with a communication system as the need for it disappeared. Since no one needs it at the moment, I decided to requisition it and use it for my own purpose. Namely, as a new base for my faction of the Forever Knights. It seemed that the place where my people are now is not very safe, as they have already been attacked several times by the Knights on the run, in the hope of getting resources and a place to hide from the government. Kay told me this when I was working on the serums. My Knights did not blunder and repulse the attack, but this means that it is no longer possible to stay in that castle, as in others, as their location is known to heretics. Initially, I didn't intend to use the Forever Knights' former castles as a base for my faction, as it was stupid and not practical, but I thought I had time to build a space station in Earth orbit, just like the Justice League. But it turned out that my faction now needs its own safe place where they can relax and train, and as you know, I decided to use a moon base that no one needs for this purpose. Of course, I could just move them to the cave, but this is my personal corner of paradise and I did not want other people to live there, even if they were completely devoted to me. Besides, Morgana would definitely be angry. I roughly knew the coordinates of the base, so I had no problem finding her in one of the craters on the far side of the satellite. Approaching the disguised entrance, I turned into a phantom virus and quickly hacked into all the systems of the base, letting Morgana in, who quickly captured her, immediately separating the base from the plumber's network and erasing her existence from all databases. Now, this place really belongs to me. Entering inside, I began to inspect the base, which was called Selena. It was not too big by space standards, but more than 1,000 people could easily live here. Everything need for this is there. Think, my guys will be quite comfortable here. After making sure that everything was in order, I quickly made several modifications and added something on my own, after which I opened a portal and let several dozen samurai robots into the base, which will now serve as the base's attendants. Having also delivered a supply of food to the base, filled the water tanks and set up the air supply system, I was satisfied with my work, put on my Forever King costume and moved to the castle, directly to Kay. Your Majesty! Exclaimed the girl whom I had interrupted from her rest. You can sit. I said calmly, sitting on a chair. Yes, Your Majesty. Kay said respectfully, sitting across from her. I see you had a hard time. I said, pointing to the girl's slightly tattered armor. Yes, we did not expect the heretics to attack us at night. Luckily we fought back and no one was hurt except for a few bruises, but we never got to rest as you ordered. We are waiting for the next attack, said the girl. I understand. It's not safe here anymore. Luckily, I found you a new home, I said, imitating the habits of the king. But, how can we just walk away and leave this place? The ninja asked uncertainly. It's just a rundown castle, which also reminds of the Order's failed path. We don't need him. We are starting all over again, and it will be better if we discard everything old, including this place. In addition, it is important for me that you are full of energy and ready for the beginning of the Reformation and changes in the Order. We do not need this senseless conflict. I said the nonsense that first came to my voice. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Kay said gratefully, believing in my words without any doubt. Then let everyone know about the move. Let them collect all their things and I will bring you to the new base. I ordered. Just a second, my king. Bowing deeply, the girl said and ran off to collect all her comrades. In less than an hour, which I killed playing games on my phone, not too royal, everyone was ready and I turned into a portaler, opening a dimensional gate to the moon base. After showing the residential sector, where there were enough rooms for the knights to live alone, I began to conduct a tour and show how everything works. Can go outside, but do not forget to put on a spacesuit, after all, we are on the moon. I said as we all gathered in the large conference room. Have questions? I asked, looking at 305 people, who were completely delighted with their new place of residence. Seeing no reaction, I finally added, in the basement, I installed a transporter, created by Gilbert, with which you can move to Earth and buy everything you need. But again, don't do it in your armor and don't draw undue attention. Got it? Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone exclaimed happily, deafening me for a second. Well, that's good. Settle in for now, and I'll be back in a few days and we'll get to work. I said, standing up. Following me, all the knights got to their feet, and then knelt down with their hands on their hearts, and again they were probably going to shout their fanatical crap, but I managed to move back to Chicago in time. They are too loud. Chapter 140-139. Nightmare. Looks like I'm just in time, I muttered as I moved straight to our RV. Now the sky was filled with leaden clouds, in which the very iconic purple lightning crackled. Looks like Victor made another attempt to find his master. Apparently, having lost the mummy signal, he decided that it was worth rethinking the original plan. Although, this will not give him anything. Just when the lightning was about to strike the ground, I transformed into the phantom virus and pulled it towards me like a lightning rod without any problem, completely absorbing it. It only gave me a small boost of energy. Everything is good? Did the lightning move anyone else? Grandpa asked quickly as he approached, just as I turned back into a human. It's okay. Don't worry. It's just Victor going crazy for not being able to get the corrodium. I suggested, reassuring my grandfather. Is that how? This is good. Luckily he hasn't arrived yet. Grandpa said with relief. He's probably really angry right now. If I understand his character correctly, in a few days he will arrive on Earth and independently begin to prepare his plan. Thinking for a bit, I said. Fortunately, he's in for a nasty surprise in the form of us. Grandpa said with a grin. Exactly. But I think we need to declare a general readiness and tell the Saturdays and the Greens to get ready. I said, opening the RV door and catching Nebula, who missed me. Okay, I will call them tomorrow morning. Well, how did you spend your time at the festival? I see you are no longer worried about your problem. Max asked, pointing out that the Omnitrix was working correctly. Yes, flowering is over and everything is back to normal. And the festival turned out to be much more interesting than I thought. I even met some interesting people. The girls don't seem to get bored either. I said with a smile, pointing to Gwen and Ashley, who were now on stage and participated in some kind of competition. Ha ha ha, I'm glad. No wonder I brought you. Grandpa said sincerely, once again getting a few scratches from Nebula when he tried to pet the wayward tigress. Yes, this place turned out to be much better than I thought. I said honestly, and then asked, how did you spend your time? Met old friends? Yes, many people with whom I studied at school and university came here, so we can say that we have a memorial evening here. And even Donovan came, in the company of Vera, grandfather said happily, nevertheless managing once to stroke the tigress on the stomach. Is Aunt Vera here? I didn't even see her. And how did they get along with Mr. Grandsmith? I asked with genuine interest. They just started a serious relationship, so they behave like teenagers in love and do not stick to each other at all, stuck in their own romantic world, not at all reacting to the environment. Grandfather said a little displeasedly. Well, it's his brotherly instincts that react like that. I said involuntarily, imagining this, and then, shrugging my shoulders and regretting that I had such a rich imagination, I said, well, I'm happy for them. They deserve happiness. Oh, it's hard to argue with that, grandfather said with a sigh. What else interesting happened while I was gone? I asked, noticing that the competition was over and Gwen had won a very good bass guitar worth at least a few $1,000s. How serious are they? Gordon came for a couple of hours. And brought good news. Grandfather said, referring to his older brother, who was also a plumber, even when he got into the main branch. Yes? And what exactly? I asked, basically guessing. Joel did propose to Camille, and she accepted. Wedding in a month. We are all invited, said grandfather, not knowing how to feel about this. Joel is Gordon's eldest son, Max's nephew, and Gwen and I are either an uncle or a cousin. I don't even know what it's called. He, unlike the children of Max, our fathers with Gwen, followed in his father's footsteps and became a plumber. And very good. A few years ago, the plumbers went to war with the Lenopans, mud monster-like aliens, because they broke several intergalactic laws and prevented the plumbers from restoring their order in the Lenopan home solar system. To be honest, I still think that the aliens were within their rights to do what they want in their home world, but nobody cares about my opinion. So, the war ended, as in some kind of romantic story. Joel met Camilla, a warrior of the opposite camp, and as they say, there was love at first sight. Two representatives of different races fell in love with each other, just like Romeo and Juliet. But, fortunately, my relative's story ended on a good note. Through great efforts, Joel and Camilla together managed to end the war and sign a peace treaty, albeit a very shaky one. Not everyone liked it, and on both sides, but everyone was tired of this war, and therefore agreed to a truce. Since then, Camille has been living on Earth with Joel. Gwen and I met this girl and her cousin Lucy 2 years ago. Although, Gwen, unlike me, still does not know that they are Lenopans. Initially, it seemed to me that Camille was just using Joel to end the war and save her race, but after checking her mind, I saw that she really had a crush on the guy. Sweet. I must say, it's amazing how Camilla turned out to be so good and sweet, especially if you remember her parents, who were almost the most important radicals of their race, who wanted to bring the war to a victorious end. Although, it is clear to everyone that in this case, their race would simply die out, but such people do not understand this. In any case, I am happy for them and wish them true happiness. What cannot be said about the parents on both sides? A fun wedding will come out, I muttered involuntarily. I understand the situation very well, and I am sure that everything will be much more fun than it was shown in the series. Yes. I hope Gordon doesn't do anything stupid, Grandpa said, knowing full well what he would most likely do. Well, the main thing is that Joel and Camille are happy, I said, also realizing that it would be me who would have to clean up this mess. Okay, let's put this worry aside, there's nothing we can do right now anyway, said Grandpa, a sensible thought, and then changed the subject. So, what were you doing when you left? Made medicine for Gilbert and the circus trio, I answered shortly. Oh? And how? Max asked with interest. The process has begun. It remains only to wait, I said, noticing that very happy girls go in our direction. Well, that's good. Good job. Patting me on the shoulder, said Grandfather, after adding, let's go, let's eat something harmful and tasty. Today it is possible. Let's go. I said as I cast the disguise spell on Nebula that Gwen had used on me this morning to make the tigress look like a normal cat so she could be taken with her and not hidden from people. Approaching the girls and telling them our plans, we all went together to the nearest food court. Although, since Ashley did nothing but eat today, she limited herself to soda. After the meal, we decided to return to exploring the festival, but already together. July 27, 2010. It was late at night and everyone was already asleep, but suddenly I was awakened by a noise in the RV. When I opened my eyes, I saw that it was Grandfather, who climbed through the boxes and collected everything that might seem valuable in a bag. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" I asked softly, trying not to wake the girls. Having received no answer, I got up from my bed and walked over to Max, who continued to loot without paying any attention to me. "Grandpa?" I asked worriedly, touching his shoulder. Again getting no reaction, I looked at him carefully and noticed that he was still asleep. When I tried to wake him up, I again did nothing. Grandfather just continued to fill the bag, and when there was nothing of value left, he went out into the street. "What the hell?" I asked in shock when I noticed that a crowd of sleeping adults had gathered on the street, who, like sleepwalkers, were going somewhere, while everyone had a bag with valuables with them. Grandfather does not suffer from sleepwalking, and even if he did, it would not explain why are there so many people in the same situation. "What is it?" I thought, and heard some faint whistle, which even with my improved hearing, I could hardly notice. "Hypnosis? Maybe something like a rat catcher's flute?" I suggested aloud, immediately thinking that this whistle could not be noticed by children or teenagers, but only by adults. Not wanting Grandfather to go somewhere, I quickly neutralized him with Cobra Sapiens sleeping poison and put him back in bed. After that, I turned into a wild mutt and tried to use his hearing to find the source of the whistle. The Vulpomancer did not let me down, and now I could very clearly hear the mesmerizing whistle coming from somewhere in the city center. Skillfully maneuvering between hypnotized people, I ran to the whistle at great speed to find out what the hell was going on here. In a few minutes, I ended up next to the river, on the banks of which was my old acquaintance, who became the cause of this entire epidemic of lunatics. He stood on a mountain of jewels that had been dumped by hypnotized adults, and was clearly very happy. "Ah ha ha ha, yes, yes, bring all your good to me. Make me rich." The ugly clown I haven't seen for a couple of months exclaimed with great joy while dancing a strange dance. Next to Zomboso, and it was him, if you haven't guessed yet, there was a tape recorder, which was the source of this hypno whistle. Looks like he managed to find the devil's tape, or whatever they call it. "You don't seem to have learned your lesson from last time, do you, Zomboso?" I asked loudly, becoming the man in the costume to get the attention of the clown I really hate. "What?" "You," immediately recognizing me, Zomboso shouted with incredible hatred. "Why are you so angry?" I asked innocently. "Last time, because of you, I returned to that world. Do you know how much it cost me to get back here?" Zomboso said with hatred, saying something very suspicious. "What are you talking about?" I immediately asked, sensing something was wrong. "You don't need to know about it. Now the main thing is that I can take revenge on you, and at the same time eat your brains, ha ha ha," with a crazy laugh, the clown said. "What?" I involuntarily asked, taken aback by such words. "Capture him, my faithful servants." Zomboso shouted loudly, pointing his finger at me as the sleepwalkers dropped their things and started running at me, wanting to tear me to pieces, at the behest of the clown. Wanting to get this over with quickly, in order to save the poor people and still know what Zomboso meant, I quickly turned into a portaler and opened a portal to the desert, right behind the back of the clown, which in the next second was driven into it by my water dragon. After destroying the tape recorder with a jet of water and freeing people from hypnosis, I managed to fly into the portal at the last second before it crept in, still in the form of water hazard. "So, are you a real zombie?" I asked in surprise when I saw Zomboso, who had lost his makeup because of the water and became visible his true appearance, which could only be described as a living dead. "Yes, and all because of you." Zomboso shouted furiously, attacking me with a laser whip, which I just caught and snatched from the clown's hands. "What are you talking about?" I asked, not remembering anything like that in the animated series. "I managed to escape and not get infected. I escaped from there and even almost gained a foothold in this world, but you came and ruined everything. I came back and this time I still got the virus from that damned monster," Zomboso said, crying with bitter tears. "So you're from another universe where there was a zombie apocalypse?" Somehow, understanding what he meant, I asked. "Yes. And now I'm a zombie too. Because of you." Zomboso yelled as a piece of flesh fell off his hand. "Phoo. Nothing, now you won't stop me and I'll infect the whole world, at the same time getting all the riches, haha." Zomboso seemed to have gone completely crazy. But before I could do anything, a purple portal suddenly appeared under Zomboso's feet, from which terrible zombie hands protruded, which began to pull Zomboso inside, and I clearly saw a watch resembling the Omnitrix on one of the hands. "No. No. I don't want." And all, the clown screamed in horror, resisting with all his might, but he did not succeed, and he was nevertheless sucked into the portal. As a result, only his hat remained from the clown. "What the hell?" I involuntarily said, not fully understanding what had just happened. I hope it was just a nightmare. Chapter 141, 140. Golden Orb. I decided that I should forget about everything that happened and generally no longer mention Zomboso. So my sanity will stay in order. In any case, he's done with and he won't have to come back, so it's best not to worry about trifles once again. And it's not because I was actually scared by that clown disappearance scene, okay? When I got back to Chicago, I had to take care of all the people who unwittingly brought their possessions to the zombie clown. When I destroyed the tape recorder, none of the lunatics woke up, and they all continued to sleep standing on the street. As a result, I had to carry almost 30,000 people home. Luckily, I had my clones, super speed aliens, and magic that I could use to find each sleepwalker's place of residence, and was able to correctly distribute the stolen property so that everything returned to its place. As a result, 3 hours later, all the victims of hypnosis were back in their beds without noticing anything. I, too, was finally able to get back on the bus and immediately fell asleep, as I really had to work hard to make it look like nothing happened tonight. Although, that's how it was. What happened was just a nightmare. Negation of reality. Grandfather woke me up at 8 o'clock in the morning. I didn't get enough sleep, but since I had plans for today, I couldn't sleep much longer. First feeding Nebula, who began to manage her telekinesis better and better, I went to breakfast with Max and the girls. Fortunately, Grandfather was in a good mood and we were able to persuade him to go to a cafe. And then, we parted again, each to his own business. Max went to see his old friends, Gwen went to see some new friends she met yesterday, and Ashley went back to look for a new food contest, in which she is very easy to, it turns out, win with a little cheating. I, having asked Max off, went to meet with Hope, as promised. Although, I will have to return to the festival by 6 o'clock in the evening, when Grandfather's favorite band will perform, since I promised that I would definitely be present at the performance. And after that, there will be a performance by Calkins, which is also not to be missed. "Hey!" I said softly, distracting Hope, who was in Hex's room, reading something raptly. "Lex!" The girl shouted joyfully when she realized that it was me, jumping into my arms. "I missed you too," I said with a smile, tightly squeezing the body of my girlfriend in my hands. "I missed your hugs," Hope said happily. "We haven't seen each other for only a few days," I reminded the Charmcaster, although I myself felt a very strong longing for her. "Too long," Hope said irritably, reaching for a kiss. Happy to give it to her, we began a passionate kissing session to show how much we missed each other, which eventually escalated into a horizontal position, and you know how it ended. 3 hours later. "Ah, I missed that," Hope said with a broad smile, lying beside her without clothes. "Yes, me too," I said honestly, although, probably, shouldn't have. For the next 10 minutes, we just lay in silence, enjoying the pleasant atmosphere, after which we decided to do important things anyway. After taking a shower, which took a little longer for obvious reasons, we began to retell what had happened over the past few days. First, I told her about the meeting with Valet, Victor's plan, and the victory over the mummy, after which I showed her Cal, the former Excalibur. Also, in general terms, I told how our family trip was going, and after that I gave the floor to Hope and began to listen to how her working days went. For the first 2 days, she only studied the golden orb that I gave her, and also waited for the translation of the black pages to be ready. Then Hex appeared, and somehow everything flew out of her head as she constantly pondered the past conversation and thought about what she should do with her new uncle. Eventually, only yesterday she decided to call and consult with me. I sort of managed to calm her down and she was able to take her mind off Hex and continue her work on exploring the golden orb. I ripped it off just as she was looking for the right spell. "So you haven't been able to find out what this golden sphere is?" I asked, munching on the pizza I had brought especially for Hope, since I knew she was probably hungry. I used every exploratory spell on it that I know and that I could find in my uncle's books, but I could only find out that this orb is some kind of map that should lead to some secret place. Hope said unhappily. "Map, huh?" I asked, holding the aforementioned sphere in my hands. "Yes. Although, it is better to say, the key. At the certain time, the orb will have to open the way to that mysterious place and lead to trials, after passing which you will receive an inconceivable reward. At least according to what is written on the sphere." Hope quoted, pointing out very small writing that I hadn't noticed before. "They must have been hidden. And when will that time come?" I asked. "That's the thing, I don't know yet. But I think I've found a ritual that can figure it out," Hope said, pointing to the book she had been reading before I arrived. "Well, then let's not hesitate and go and check?" I even wondered what the mystery place was and what kind of reward it was. I said as I got to my feet, helping Hope up from the floor where we were sitting and eating pizza. "Me too. We go to the basement, there is the most suitable place for the ritual, at the same time we will check those pages," Hope said, hugging my hand with a smile. As we headed downstairs, I realized that Hope had never once mentioned another subject that I had asked her to investigate. "Wait, what about cloth?" I immediately asked, sensing something was wrong. "Cloth?" Hope asked incredulously. "Well, that rag I gave you along with the orb," I quickly recalled. "Ah, I completely forgot. I didn't have time, so I didn't even start researching it. It should still be in the basement," Hope said. Stopping abruptly, realizing that some kind of devilry had happened, I quickly clarified, "So it wasn't you who sent me the restored cloth a few days ago with a note that it should be eaten?" "What? Eat? No, of course not, what kind of nonsense?" the girl asked, looking at me strangely. "What the hell?" I thought, visibly frightened. I was already starting to panic and urgently wanted to get rid of the cloth, which, as it turned out, got to me from hell knows where, but abruptly stopped when a very familiar laugh was heard in the air. "Paradox?" I asked out loud, recognizing the owner of the laugh. "What are you talking about?" Hope asked incredulously. "Can't you hear laughter?" I asked, looking at the girl as the Time Lord's laughter grew louder. "What laugh?" Hope tilted her head sweetly. Before I could say anything, the laughter stopped and a small green portal opened above my head, from which flew out a small piece of paper with a note that read. "When I realized that the last piece from the Contumelia prototype fell into your hands, I just could not resist and decided to help you understand what treasure fell into your hands. You cannot thank, this is my thanks for helping Ben 10-000. Your favorite, Professor Paradox." That's not funny at all. I really got scared. I thought angrily, clutching the note. "What was it?" Hope asked, unable to understand anything. "Do not pay attention. Message from an old friend." Through my teeth, I said. "Someday, I'll kick that bastard's ass," I promised myself, deciding not to forget this incident, and no matter how much time passes, Paradox will one day get punished for his stupid jokes. Okay, stop wasting time. Let's go, I said, pulling on Hope's arm. Ah, okay, Hope said indistinctly, whom I scared a little with my strange behavior. When we got to the basement, there was a very familiar cauldron in the center, with a translation potion that was still covered with a lid. Is it okay that the pages lie there for several days longer than they should? I asked, pointing to the boiler. There is nothing wrong. Once the translation has been completed, the entire effect of the potion is over and it won't harm the pages in any way, Hope said with a smile as she started drawing the ritual circle from the book. Why don't you call on your stone creatures to help? I asked, remembering the last time in this place, Hope was preparing a ritual to seal Zia's scare. The ritual is too complicated this time. Although they are intelligent, they are not very smart and skillful. So this time you have to do it yourself, Hope said, very concentrated on drawing some complex figure. Well then, let me help you, I said readily. Okay. Here, hold the magic chalk. You need to draw this drawing on the ceiling exactly above the place where I draw, Hope said, handing me the crayon and pointing to the complex octagonal figure in the book, consisting of many characters of unknown origin. No problem. Quickly memorizing the whole drawing, I said, and then turned into a spider monkey, climbed to the ceiling and began to do my part of the work. This turned out to be much more difficult to do than I thought, and I was only able to finish painting an hour later, 15 minutes later than Hope. That's what experience means. Done. Descending from the ceiling and becoming a man, I said, and then asked, what is this ritual supposed to do? If all goes well, he should show the true purpose of the golden orb. True, I thought the same when I used another spell and nothing happened. Let's just hope it works out this time, Hope said, looking a little angry that she was having such a hard time deciphering the secret of this orb. It's clear. Well, then start the ritual, I said, putting the golden orb in the center of the drawing, and stepped aside so as not to interfere. Okay. Asterisk, asterisk? Asterisk? Asterisk, 2%, asterisk, Hope said and cast a spell in a new language for me, putting her hands to the edge of the drawing and began to saturate it with her mana. As always, everything lit up with the color of Hope's magic, and the Rosinka began to blaze. When all the lines glowed evenly pink, the sphere slowly flew up into the air and started spinning like crazy. This went on for several minutes without any change. But then, everything suddenly began to fade, and Hope loudly shouted, I don't have enough mana. Help me. Quickly running to the girl, I put my hands on her back and began to transfer my mana to her so that the ritual would not fail. Since I have much more mana than Hope, I soon intercepted the ritual, and everything began to glow blue. The golden orb kept spinning for a few more minutes until it suddenly released a wave of air that sent us Hope right into the wall. Luckily, I managed to stop us with telekinesis before we hit. Beautiful, Hope said fascinated, looking at the place of the ritual. Also looking there, I saw something similar to a hologram that showed the outer space of our solar system. The hologram was replaced by different images, showing our planets in turn, which, in the end, slowly began to line up in a straight line. Finally, the hologram zoomed in on the sun at the center of the line, pointing to a specific spot on our star. Parade of planets, I said slowly, understanding the meaning of the vision shown to us as the hologram disappeared and the entire ritual ceased. So it's time when the path opens and the orb leads to the mysterious place. Is that the day the planetary alignment happens? Hope asked, picking up the fallen orb. Apparently, yes. But this is not just a parade of planets. This is a full parade when all the planets line up in a straight line. This only happens once every 170 years. I said, erasing the entire ritual pattern, since we no longer need it. And when is the full parade next? Hope asked, not at all versed in such things. If they don't lie here, next year. In May, I said after checking the internet. Oh, it's very soon. We were lucky, Hope said. Yeah, lucky. Well, what do you think? Are you using the key? Will you go to that mysterious place? The charmcaster asked curiously. Probably. I'm really curious what's behind this. I said, shrugging my shoulders and taking the sphere from the hands of the girl, sent it to inventory, where it will lie until needed. Aren't you afraid of the trials that were spoken about in that sphere? Maybe not worth the risk? Hope asked worriedly. Don't worry, if it turns out to be too dangerous, I can always escape. I said, stroking the girl on the head. It's good that you don't always have to persevere. Hope said with a smile as she hugged me and kissed me on the cheek. Yes. This is my forte. I said with a cheeky smile. So, what is next? The charms asked, ignoring my previous words. Pages. I said seriously, looking at the cauldron. Time to finish them off and see if they can help me get what I want. Chapter 142, 141. Solid shadow. Can they just be pulled out? Just in case, I asked, removing the lid from the boiler. Yes. Do not worry. Now, it's just useless water. Hope said with a smile, standing next to her. Okay. I replied and cautiously stuck my hand into the cauldron, reaching for the black pages. Finding all 3 sheets at the bottom of the cauldron, I grabbed them and pulled out my hand, immediately noticing that the pages were completely dry and now the text written on them in bloody ink had changed to English. Really magic. Well, what is written there? Hope asked impatiently as I began to read the text. It seems that this is really what we need. Your intuition did not fail you. I said with a smile. A way to create a strong mental defense? Hope asked, looking at me anxiously. Not really. Although, in the end, everything will lead to this. I said slowly, rereading the contents of the pages one more time. I don't understand anything. Stop talking in riddles and tell me what it says. The girl said impatiently, trying to look at the pages in my hands, but since I was taller, she could not do anything. Okay, stop jumping, I'll explain everything now. I said first, stopping Hope, and then I began to tell. From what I understand, this is a ritual. Ritual? Hope asked with a cute tilt of her head, after clarifying, magical? Not exactly. I would say racial. Some of the information is missing here, but it can be concluded that this ritual must be performed by all Ubermans when they reach adulthood. Well, at least that's how it used to be. I said. Then these pages are indeed connected to that shadow alien. Hope said thoughtfully. Like the diadem. I said, and then pointing to the pages I added, it says here that an ancient relic of great power was used for the ritual. It is not specified what kind of relic it is, but if you remember how the diadem and pages behaved when I turned into a cloak with them, then everything becomes obvious anyway. I think you're right. Hope said, nodding her head, and then looking at me, she asked the most important thing, and what does this ritual do? What is it for? Well, as you know, Umberman's main ability is to dive into the shadow dimension, another plane of existence that can be entered through any shadow. I began to speak. Yes, there are even a few spells associated with it. Hope nodded her head. So, the shadow dimension, in fact, this is an extremely dangerous place, inhabited by terrible monsters, worse than in all the stories of Lovecraft, capable of affecting the sanity of anyone who enters their world. And just to protect yourself from these monsters, this ritual is needed. I added. But, you've already used the cloak before, and you didn't meet any monsters there, did you? Hope asked, remembering how I told her about all my aliens. Yes, but I traveled through the shadows for short distances, within 1 block, so you can say that I didn't dive deep into the dimension at all. In a safe zone where no monsters live. I explained. I understand that the more distance you need to move between the shadows, the deeper you need to dive into the dimension, and the greater the chance that you will meet these shadow monsters there. Hope said, sorting everything out. Correctly. In fact, since there are shadows everywhere where there is at least some light, then, in fact, umberments can travel throughout the universe, although it will be difficult to navigate in such a huge space, but still. I explained with a smile. And it was precisely in order to use the shadow dimension without fear of those monsters that the umberments created this ritual, which, in the end, will protect their consciousness, exactly what you need so much. Hope said, basically repeating what I had said a little earlier. Yes. Luckily we have both the diadem and the cloak, so I can use this method. I said, once again carefully rereading the description of the ritual, so as not to make a mistake in anything. And what do you need to do? Hope asked curiously. The umberments have turned this whole ritual into a respected ceremony, through which the teenager will prove that he is enough, responsible, mature and can properly use his abilities. I said. That sounds like a test, Hope pointed out. Because that's the way it is. To create mental protection, first need to independently extract from the very depths of the dimension a very rare substance, in fact, a solid shadow, which gave rise to that whole world. I explained. It's dangerous, isn't it? Hope asked worriedly. Actually, yes, and even very much so. Those monsters cannot harm physically, but they love to play with the intruders in their world, sending various illusions that will first make you get lost there, and then they just drive you crazy, so that in the end, you become the same monster. I said gloomily. You shouldn't go there. Hope said emphatically. I should. I said stubbornly, looking into the girl's eyes. But, the girl tried to convince me, but I did not allow. I should. It's not just about me, it's about Gwen and Ashley. They need strong mental protection, which, firstly, will protect them from the negative influence of their powers now, and secondly, it will help them a lot in the future. This applies to you too. I said seriously. Let's find another way. Why take the risk now? Hope said, grabbing my hand. No, can't take it anymore. Gwen could succumb to the pyrokinesis tattoo again at any moment, and Ashley has been waiting too long already. I said decisively. I won't let you in. I don't want you to disappear there, so stupid. Hope said aggressively as her eyes lit up with magic overflowing into her. It's not stupidity. It is very important. I said calmly, completely ignoring Hope's fighting spirit, after which I added, especially since I did not intend to go into the depths of the shadow dimension myself. What? Hope asked in shock, losing all her aggressiveness. Well, of course, I won't go there. It's really dangerous out there. And scary. I said confidently, as if it was the most obvious thing. But, didn't you say that you definitely need to get a solid shadow for the ritual to work? Hope asked incredulously. Well, yes, but I'm not going to risk my ass and go to these monsters. No thanks, I'll go. I'll just send clones there and they'll produce a solid shadow on their own. I said, actually mocking the girl a little, because her reaction was funny. You fool. I am really scared. Hope yelled, punching me in the ribs. Did you really believe that I myself was going to go to the depths of the dimension where there is an 80% chance that I will be stuck there forever? Asked with a provocative smirk. Of course, I believe. Hitting me again, Hope shouted, after which she added more calmly, you were so serious and determined. Forgive me for disappointing you, but I am not a fairy tale hero, ready to rush forward, ignoring the danger. I'm a rational person and value my own life. Besides, I'm important to many people. I'm not going to just risk myself when there's a much easier way. I said calmly. I know. Hope said with a sigh, then kissed me on the cheek and said with a smile, that's why I love you. I know. I said confidently, and then added, okay, it's time to send the clones in search. Most likely, this will take time. Okay. Do you need something for this? Once again kissing me, the Charmcaster asked. Just a diadem. I said, and turning into an echo, I took out a headgear. After creating 200 clones, we all turned into the cloak, which caused the diadem to emit intense black smoke again. The diadem should open the safest path to the depths of the shadow dimension. I explained to Hope, then quietly added, though, the chance of encountering monsters is still high. This time I was able to put the diadem on my head and she didn't resist as I read aloud the special text from the pages to start the ritual. When I finished reading the first part, a beam of energy shot out from the diadem, which created a pitch-black portal through which all the clones immediately passed. I hope that at least one of them will succeed. Everything, now it remains only to wait, sitting in a lotus position, still with a diadem on my head and an open portal in front of me, I said. And how long will it take them? Hope asked as she sat down beside her. Months, I think. Perhaps years. I said calmly. What? So long? Hope asked in shock. Yes. Still, it's not called a test for nothing. I said, nodding my head, and then added, although, we are lucky that in the depths of the dimension, time works according to other laws, and goes much more slowly. Thank God. Hope said with relief. For the next few minutes, we sat in silence just staring at the black portal, which proved oppressive to Hope, so she could not stand it and asked, maybe we can do something? I'm not allowed to undo Umbrament's appearance and remove the diadem, otherwise the portal will close and the clones won't be able to return. I said, but when I noticed that Hope was sad, I suggested, maybe then tell me more, something about magic? How then? Okay. Hope said with a bright smile, and then she began to tell another story while we continued to wait. Looks like it's the last survivor. I said when only the third clone passed through the portal and was able to complete the mission. Yeah, you didn't exaggerate the danger. Of the 200 clones, only 3 survived. It's only 1.5%. Hope said impressed, looking at the slightly battered clones. If they could transform into other aliens, more would survive, but that would break the whole ritual. I already found a loophole making it look like my clones are contenders for the test. In any case, this is enough. I said, accepting from all the clones all the solid shadow they had obtained. It's only about 200 grams, Hope said after looking at the substance, which looked very much like black stones. That should be enough for 5. Even stay a little longer. I said, closing the black portal. 5? Asked the Charmcaster, tilting her head. Well, yes, for me, for Grandpa, for Gwen, for Ashley, and for you. For all the people who are most important to me. I said with a smile. Thanks. That's good to hear. Hope said softly, hugging me, ignoring my appearance. It's my pleasure. I just told the truth. And now what? Hope asked, suppressing her raging feelings. You need to swallow a piece of solid shadow. I said, dividing all the substance I had into 5 parts, taking one for himself and one betraying Hope. The rest will stay in inventory for now. Swallow? Hope asked dubiously, looking at what was essentially a black stone. And put a diadem on your head. I said, and then explained in more detail, the diadem is made of the same material and it will have to do all the work. And how does it work in general? The girl asked. According to what is written on the pages, the diadem uses a solid shadow that has entered the body and create a metaphysical shield around the mind that will protect our creation from any kind of interference or negative influence. In theory, this shield is as changeable as the shadow, which makes it impregnable. I explained, immediately swallowing a piece of hard shadow. As soon as it was in my mouth, it immediately dissolved, and I felt an unknown coolness fill my brain, under the control of the diadem. It's funny. When that feeling went away, I put the diadem on Hope's head, continuing to imbue her with this alien's energy to make it work, even though Hope is human. And it's all? Hope asked, somewhat disappointed, when it was all over. The main changes will take place at night, when we will sleep. Tomorrow we will have protection from all telepaths and other fans of playing with the mind. I said, becoming a man and removing the diadem. Whatever you say, it's incredibly useful in our world. Hope said with a smile, hugging me again. And there is. I said, hugging the girl to me, and looked at the time. 5:15 p.m, should be on time, I thought, and asked aloud, now, go to Hex? Apparently only remembering that we planned to visit him today, Hope put on a serious face and just nodded. Also nodding, I activated the infinity tattoo. Finding the right place, I enveloped us in a dome of magic and transported us to Friedkin University. Chapter 143, 142. Friedkin University. Friedkin University is located east of Bellwood and is part of the Ivy League. It's not too big and has only one campus, which is located in a large gray Gothic building with a purple roof, in front of which Hope and I appeared. It's rather strange, but this college and those who study here are aware of the existence of magic, and there are even several courses related to the occult, but magic itself is not taught here, as it is too comprehensive and it is difficult to compose a suitable course. Here they only give a small base and talk about all the dangers of working with magic. All in all, this university is the perfect place for Hex, given his extensive experience and vast knowledge of magic. Now, Hope and I just have to figure out why Hex would decide to change his life and get a job here. So where do we look for him? I asked, holding Hope's hand as we entered the campus courtyard. I don't know. Uncle said only that he was lecturing here on magical artifacts and relics. Hope said with a shrug. Then we need to ask someone where his audience is. True, who? I said, looking around the area and not noticing a single person. Look, there's a janitor over there. I think he should know the way. Hope said, also looking around the college patio, and then pointed to a man who was clearing fallen leaves. I involuntarily uttered, recognizing that person who looked like an unremarkable, fragile old man. Sorry. Can you help us? Ignoring my reaction, Hope asked loudly as she quickly approached the man. Of course, young people. What can I do for you? The janitor asked with a sweet smile. Do you know where I can find Professor Gregor Evans? Hope asked, not sensing anything strange about the old man at all. Evans? The old man asked thoughtfully, and then he hit his palm with his fist, as if remembering something, exclaimed, oh, yes, this is a new professor. If I'm not mistaken, he should have a lecture now, in the 13th lecture hall. And where is 13th lecture hall? Hope asked immediately. Entrance from the back. You just need to go around the building and go through the first door. Further along the corridor to the right and you need the third door. The old man explained instantly, but then he looked at his watch and added, only you should hurry, his lecture ends in a couple of minutes, and then he will go home. Thanks for the help. Hope said gratefully and was about to run to the campus when the old man stopped us. Would you like a trick? The janitor insistently asked, showing a pack of cards. Hope said awkwardly, and judging by her expression, she was thinking something along the lines of, didn't you tell us to hurry? Draw one card, said the old man, clearly not intending to let us go until we did. Okay. Hope still gave up and pulled a random card. True, instead of the usual guessing which card the girl drew, which implies a similar trick, as soon as Hope pulled out the card, poof occurred and a colorful puff of smoke appeared, and the old man himself disappeared. True, not far. Key, too many sparkles. Complained an old man covered in sequins and standing 10 meters away from us, still coughing. Looks like his trick failed. He's kind of weird, let's get out of here. Hope whispered and pulled my arm as she ran into Hex's auditorium. Oh, you have no idea, I thought involuntarily, glancing one last time at Bezel, who was taking off his glitter. Fortunately, despite the delay, we made it to the lecture before it ended, and when we entered the auditorium, we saw a renewed Hex, who really got rid of his tattoo and was now enthusiastically talking about how, this is not ironic, about the father of magic, who now was on the street and worked as a janitor. And how do we know that Uncle has really changed and is not pretending? Hope asked softly as we sat in the back row, so Hex doesn't see us. I will carefully read his thoughts and find out everything. I answered in a whisper, deciding not to come up with anything new and just use the old and proven method. Okay, I think this is the best option to find out the whole truth. And Hope said without hesitation, allowing me to delve into her uncle's mind. Although, I had already done it once. Concentrating, I penetrated into Hex's mind, easily overcoming his meager mental defenses, but I did it so that he would not notice anything and continue to lecture. Having found the necessary information fairly quickly, I found out the answer to the question that Hope and I were so worried about. "Oh," I involuntarily said, turning off my telepathy. "What is there? What did you find?" Hope asked impatiently. He didn't lie. He really revised his views on his life and decided to change. Trying not to look the girl in the eye, I said. "Truth? You are sure?" Hope asked hopefully, clasping his hand. 100%. Hex, no, Gregor really wants to redeem himself from the past and make things right with you. You cannot wait for betrayal, because he does not plan anything like that. I said confidently, still not showing the girl my guilty eyes. Then, what should I do? Hope asked uncertainly, just as her uncle finished his lecture. Go and talk to him, I said with a shrug. You think? Hope asked, obviously hesitating. Yes. Although I don't like him, he is your only close person, except for me. It will be a pity to miss the chance to renew relations with him, especially since he is ready for this. And I said honestly. Thanks. Hope said, smiling brightly and kissing me on the cheek, then went to Gregor. It's embarrassing. I thought, watching how happy Gregor was to see Hope. In order not to interfere with their private conversation, I followed the exiting students and closed the door behind me to leave my uncle and niece alone. Who would have thought it was my fault? Well, more specifically my clone. I said out loud, involuntarily scratching the back of my head. How is understandable, all these changes in Hex's outlook on life were caused by my clone, after delving into his mind, on the day of the girl's battle against the evil sorcerer. Then, in order to remove the memories that we have Bezel's charms, the clone turned into Squid and worked on Hex's mind. True, due to the alien's too much power and weak control, which, as it turned out, was even less than mine, the clone accidentally destroyed all the memories of the sorcerer, and he had to collect them piece by piece and restore Hex's personality. As if, the clone managed to do everything right, but an unexpected incident occurred, which caused the change in Hex and the appearance of Gregor. The clone didn't do anything, it's just that when he regained his memories, they went through Hex and he saw his life again, only from the side, like a movie. No wonder they say that in order to see your mistakes, you need to look at them from the outside. Seeing all his nefarious deeds again and the way he behaved after his sister's death, Hex really changed. He himself decided that this could no longer continue and decided to start life anew. What an amazing turn of life. The evil sorcerer became a decent man, a college professor, and it only took the destruction of all memory and its painstaking restoration. It's not even my fault, everything happened by chance, and even benefited. By the way, it turned out that Hex really almost died in the null void. I overestimated his survivability. Apparently, the fracture of 2 legs was too much for him and he was almost devoured by the guard. Luckily, he was rescued by some prisoner and he was getting Hex out, so he helped him get out into our world. I hope this doesn't play a cruel joke on me. In any case, things really turned out for the best, and her uncle returned to Hope. Although, I'm not thrilled about it myself, but it makes Hope happy, so I'll just shut up my displeasure and help her. Although, if Hex stumbles again, I'll send him to the sun. From there, he will not return. Where's your girlfriend? The janitor distracted me from my thoughts, sitting next to me on the bench on which I was sitting. She's having some kind of family reunion, I answered shortly. It's clear. The old man just said, but after a couple of minutes of silence, he added, the same can be said about us, right? Are you aware? About being my grandmother's son? Yes, I know. I also know that you are the same Bezel, I said, looking at the old man, who was possibly the most powerful wizard in the universe. As I thought. I immediately understood everything when I felt your magic. So familiar and anodite-like. Bezel said, nodding his head, then adding, you were even able to bind the charm of luck and, by some miracle, the keystone. How did you even manage to do it? Hardly. And with pain. I grimaced, remembering that explosion. Still, be careful with the charms. If they are used for too long, they begin to have a negative effect on the mind of the owner. This is especially pronounced if you tie several amulets to yourself, said Bezel instructively. You are a bit late with this warning. It would have come in handy sooner. But fortunately, I was able to solve this problem, I said, and then after thinking for a while I asked, so you got rid of the Charmcaster and don't use them anymore? And for this reason too. I was fed up with all magic, and when I left, I got rid of all my relics to devote myself to my new passion. Tricks. Although, I've been doing them for 50 years, but I'm not very good at it, said Bezel very confidently. Yes, I see, I said dryly, pointing to the sequins that were still on his beard. So what? You won't even judge me for giving up magic and doing such a useless thing as others say? Bezel suddenly asked loudly, obviously surprised at my reaction to his words. No, I understand you perfectly. When you achieve stunning success in one thing, it becomes much more difficult to move on, since you are alone in this and you have nowhere to look for help. The most logical choice is to start all over again, but with another case that fascinates you and in which you are a complete zero. So life will be more interesting, I said with a smile, looking at Bezel, who was very surprised by my words. You really understand me. Thanks, that's good to hear. Now, you are my favorite relative. Of the living, of course, ha ha ha, said Bezel, patting me on the shoulder. Although, you could have intervened when Legerdemain took Adwaita. After all, you are the one who created this place, I said sternly, making only an assumption. I got caught, said Basil, making a comical face, and scratched the back of his head. Actually, it's really not funny, I said unhappily. Yes, I know it's a tragedy. I really wanted to intervene, but I promised myself that I would completely give up everything magical and everything related to it. I created a lot of things, had a hand in a lot, and I decided that if, as you put it, I'm ready to start over, then I should let go of everything. That will be more honest. Seriously, said Bezel. Well, you can understand too. Still, you can't help but get tired of what you've been doing for centuries, I said with a sigh. Yes, magic used to be my passion, and I created a lot of ingenious things, including charms in your medallion, but over time, it turned into a real torment, Bezel said, shaking his head. Medallion? So you enchanted this proto-tool? Are you the same Merlin? I asked in surprise. Yes, although then everyone called me Emrys, but for some reason I went down in history exactly as Merlin, said the man, whose real name was clearly neither Basil nor Emrys, with a smile. And what did you add to it? What spell did you use? I asked curiously, looking at the dragon's head. I won't tell, Bezel said sharply, and then added, that won't be interesting. It is better if you yourself learn about all its functions. Another, I thought displeasantly, remembering Asmuth, whom I have yet to meet, but he will most likely say the same words about the Omnitrix. Okay, if you don't want to tell, don't. Why did you even decide to talk to me? I asked, looking at the smiling Bezel. Just wanted to get to know each other and find out what the owner of the Omnitrix is like. With a sly smile, Basil replied. Are you aware of this as well? I may have given up on magic, but that doesn't mean she has given up on me, Bezel said cryptically, who really now looked like an ancient sage. And what does it mean? Someday you will know, future Lord of the Void, Bezel said, repeating the words thrown by Paradox in the past. Wha? I asked in shock, turning my head sharply towards him, but there was no one else around. Lex. Hope called me loudly as she left the campus. Damn old monsters and their eternal riddles, I thought displeasantly, accidentally tearing off the iron handle of the bench out of anger. Something happened? Hope asked worriedly as she approached, noticing my spoiled mood. No, everything is okay. How was it? I immediately changed the subject and asked. And not bad. We talked frankly and decided not to rush. We will meet here once a week. Hope said with a smile. Is that how? I'm happy for you. I said sincerely, hugging the girl. Thanks. Hope said. And then quietly added, I also told my uncle about you and... Is he angry? I asked, imagining the former Hex's reaction. And how? Now, he wants to kill you even more than before. And Hope said awkwardly. Well, let him try. With a bloodthirsty smile, I said. Just don't accidentally kill him. Asked the witch. Do not worry. I will do everything clean. I will show him that I am the best match for you. Even if through force. I said with a thumbs up. Oh, I was expecting something like this, the girl said doomedly, shaking her head, after which she added more cheerfully, it's time for us to return. Actually, I just need to go to a rock band concert. Do you want to join us? I looked at the time and saw that there were only 3 minutes left before the start. I asked. Why not? Sounds fun. Let's go. The girl said happily. Fine. I said with a smile and turned into a portaler, opened the way to Chicago for us.